Hello, Richie Mahjong watchers. This is Harrison Sweezo coming to you live with another Armel game. You like my Markiplier impression? Pretty good, right?
Yeah, not
Right,
bad.
Nathaniel? Pretty good, eh? I
You
haven't
should.
seen him in like 10 years, but I mean, I think I could be the next one if we're being honest here. But who cares about that? We got wacky zany Mahjong happening, right?
Absolutely. We are in the C1 division, and we're going to be watching what is going to be the last game, last series for some of these players for sure. With
I is that still happening? Do you know? So a
oh
little bit
yeah,
of lore for the viewers. It turns out we're not splitting leagues, to my understanding, because there was an abnormally high amount of hiatuses, especially low. There will not be a C2 division. How that works with promotions, playoffs, demotions, all that, still TBA. Hopefully we can find out by the end of the stream today. But it's a little weird. It looks like things are updated and all the promotion spots are in. We can see there's now 7 at the time of this recording. So not too bad. I mean, cut line's at plus 111. It's not terrible.
yeah.
Although is this C1? I feel like this is B3 that's displaying.
Yeah, it is. There's actually a little glitch with the display right now, and I'm trying to work it out. But
Never know what happens. Anyway, though, we got some zany stuff happening already. We have Tom Ajan, which is Garrett.
Yep,
Yep, that's Garrett.
Tomajan.
Ooh, who interestingly drops Thomason's tile on the left. But they were unable to call Ron.
Yeah, I just drew
Thomason
the
really
tempai.
interestingly, and then passes up 9-mon pawn.
Nightmare Pull would be
I
interesting there for the Toy shift,
Well, Toy, yeah. I would think that that's kind of the only Yaki you have going right now. Like, really, what else do you have? You're
right?
called open. I feel like you kind of got to commit. It's a little scary, yeah, but I mean, 7-mon, 7 isn't the worst weight in the world. It's
I
kind of
mean,
far from Dora. You never know if it'll come.
well, now with the 7 so drawn, maybe we will see that shift, and there it is. So waiting on the 7-9, the 9 just drawn.
Oh, in the perfect time. Just a little bit of hidden. Just know what the wall's gonna produce. It's that easy. Ton of foo with it too. Thomason taking home crisp 3,200.
That's just perfect timing because Thomason knew that if he wait, Tepai, what? Double reach?
Oh my! I'm getting flashbacks. Dustin did that to me the other day. I had to pay so much in Oyakabari. It was so messed up.
And there's some insane value here. It's double reach, Pinfu, Dora. It's already a Mongon. Looking for 2-5 so, which there are 4 in the wall. It's pretty live.
Yeah, maybe if stats refresh, I think
Oh,
it
we
should
got
be
it. We
fixed
got
now.
it.
Oh.
And there goes the 2. Yeah, you just don't know the value of this hand.
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially when it's on like a Yanmen, there's not much you can do. I think, honestly, the fact that it was only a Mongon on Yanmen weight is like kind of a blessing in and of itself. As tough as that is to hear. Like, double reach is rare enough. When it's on a good weight, you're kind of just... There's only so much you can do.
Yeah, and then you had a Dora, you had Pinfu as well. It's just that one of the best, double reaches that you can get. Most of the times it is just, a Penchan, a Tonki, a Kanchan, something bad, and not even necessarily with good value either. So, just a great start for Thomason here in this match. Dealer now, Andrew, who is working with a Dora. Tiny Now Shapes could open up for Tiny Door 1 for 2,900. And Thompson has other ideas, just wants to carry on with the winning ways. This is already Jihan Shanten for Chanta Hatsu. Across the way, Garrett with Jihan Shanten as well. Great floating tiles. And probably just going to be Richidora 1 there. And on the left, we have an open hand already. Danny with the...
But Dora pair and double Yakuhai.
Yeah, double Yakuhai makes this awesome.
Could even Toy, honestly. Like if you draw a 7 or an 8 mon, it's a very easy shift. You're expecting East and Haku to come out. Dora not so much, but if East and Haku come out, you pair up something else, that's Tenpai. The problem
Absolutely.
is Thomason keeps making progress
Kung.
across table. Doesn't want to commit to headless as much. They're gonna back off. And oh wow, Garrett. Close con.
I'm hearing the sound checks. I'm not seeing anything on the screen. I feel like,
Yeah, it's a little frozen for me. Oh, 6 is
See.
thrown.
yeah,
Oh,
there it is.
okay. She comes out. Ooh.
A little bit of a glitch here. We'll
Yeah, that
reload
one
and see
was
what
weird.
happens.
I think Tenho isn't used to seeing two cons in the same day, so it just broke. We did see who's Demeter? Danny. Danny
Yeah.
W opening up, taking that Shi to get towards Senpai. I mean, it makes sense. You have a double Yakuai, you have two Dora. Like, you don't really need to greed for Toy.
But
Securing that 3900 is
speaking of
important.
Dora and the con,
Oh,
Thomason
but
now with Mongon.
Tonki on 9 so too. Is that actually no, that's 5. Okay.
Yeah, with it being a Hellweight, I really prefer to be on almost any other tile.
Yeah, now that Mongon's guaranteed without Chanta too, it just
Exactly.
kinda figures something else to wait on. Even that 5 doesn't look the worst, because like 8's Kabade, 4 or so is 1 chance, so 5's gonna be a little bit hard to use.
Yeah, Chanta moves you from 4 Han to 5 Han. In this league with Kirage Mongon, there is no
Mhm.
extra value for moving from 4 to 5.
Yeah. And I mean, even in a regular game, usually it's only around 300 points, so most of the
Right.
time, it's not even really like that much worth it.
But the great thing about this weight is if anyone draws it, it will come out.
Oh yeah. That's the thing about these. Like, you're
Kung.
gambling whether or not somebody's gonna draw it or it's buried in the dead wall.
Which you see Fandy Tenpai here grabbing the final Haku.
There's
Will
that
be
5, so
Haku
oof.
Dora 2. Actually, it's going to be a Bongon. It's going to be Haku Dora 3, or it's going to be Haku Tone Dora 2.
Oh yeah, that's a good point actually.
And the two East winds are in the wall as well. There is one of them.
Oh, but it's Shonpai against two open Yakuai calls. It's pretty scary. Even
Yeah,
the West doesn't look good. And yeah, Garrett, great recognition there. Recognizing the danger, doesn't drop the East.
wants nothing to do with the East as a cut here. I mean, even the hand on the right could want, the hand on the left could want it. Dealer could be waiting for double tone. So definitely a terrible tile West. Is that Shompai? It
It's
is.
Shonpai, yeah,
So
which makes it
that's,
really interesting.
yeah, much better weight. And you're so sad when you see all these pairs in your discards, but
I mean, it is what it is, right?
right there's the East.
Oh, I mean, you're dealer, but man, does that look bad to push. I might drop 3-peen first, because it doesn't really help my shape, and then if Tenpai comes, or yeah, take your pawn options.
It's
Max
great.
greed to try to get Tenpai. Oh, if 2 was kept, that would have been Tenpai, but that
This
might
is better.
actually
This is better.
save them. Yeah, that might save Andrew, because that would have been a manga dealing.
And well
Wow.
defended there by both Garrett and Andrew.
Hmm.
No, two Mongon hands waiting on honor tiles. A lot of times those just
Yeah.
flow naturally out of the hand, but both players recognizing that they were not safe in this situation.
Yeah, I'm interested. I mean, if even one of those comes out earlier, like I guess Andrew, or excuse me, was it Garrett who had the half one? No, Danny. It was Danny who
Mm-hmm.
had it. Danny who had that open W Yakuai waiting on the East. If an East comes out earlier, Danny's gonna call it, but like Thomason, I think Thomason gets that way if a West isn't shown by. If there happens to be one drawn earlier, there were still two buried in the wall at the end of that hand.
Yeah, there's one West being held, one in
Hmm.
Thomason's hand, of course, and two buried in the wall. But in this dealership, Thompson has 1 point in every single hand, and this looks like it might
And whew,
continue.
and there is some nasty weights at the end of this. I mean, you could drop 6 so if you pair up 9 so, reach on it, 9 so Haku. Are
See.
you kidding me? Peiko to work with it too?
Ah,
Ooh,
backfire
a little bit
here.
of backfire on that.
Yeah, a little bit more efficient to cut the 9 so in the previous uh, discard for this reason. 7 mana is just a better floater. It doesn't overlap.
Yeah,
But would have been just reach Peiko. There's still plenty of opportunity to even shift into Onitsu if that's what Thompson is thinking here.
it's very true. I mean, hands don't look too quick across the table. Garrett, little slow. I believe that's Ran Shanten with not the best end weights. Danny across. That's a very well. That draw doesn't actually even help too much. Danny's still like Ran Shanten. Oh, but hold on.
Oh, will
That's
Thomason get
Andrew
saved
finding
here?
Tempai.
Peach.
Thomason gets saved by finding Tempai.
Uh,
It's just on the 5 mon, but that means he's not dealing in.
yeah, that's a very big deal.
I guess he wouldn't deal in anyway. That's Foodie
Oh, it's
10.
Furry 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about the one there. I was thinking you're Adazuke across, but. Oh, and if 7 becomes Kabe, hold on. If a 4 comes out, all of a sudden, that 5 might look pretty good.
Yeah, it's really. I
Maybe
mean,
even if
now
a 2.
the wait for Andrew isn't strong at all because all the 7s have come out. You're only waiting on the 4 mon.
Yeah, which we can see are all held too. So it's super bad for Andrew. I mean, you draw any pair though in that Manzu and you're on a Shabo. That will not fix your problem. I might toss that back.
But shoving this against a dealer Ricci is pretty scary.
Yeah, that's fair too. And you're gonna try to trust 8. Sees 2 7s out.
Home.
Wow, Toyman's making a play.
Ooh, Danny wants some smoke. Problem is that 5 mon
Chi.
be
Yeah,
tough.
I mean, Toy Dora 2 is definitely a hand to fight for. Could be
Yeah,
enough.
check
Actually,
Sean by
Home.
south.
Andrew's shifting the
Not Sean
weight
excuse
to 2-5 pin. Probably gonna take
Oh, and
this.
that's. I think Danny's gonna drop that. 2 pin probably over 5 mon.
Yeah.
Wrong.
And that will deal into the cheap 2,000 point hand.
Yeah.
Think it's Sanchoku
Oh,
with that.
that's Sanchoku. Yeah, I guess on 5, it's actually a little bit cheaper. It's only the 1K, but I mean 2K against that dealer reach there. Epeiko.
Yeah,
I
would have
guess
been
Epeiko no me.
39
Epeiko reach.
3,900 minimum, and there's always Uda chance. So definitely
Yeah.
pick the better one to deal.
Now we got Garrett in the pilot seat with a pretty strong high pie, all things considered. We have that south callable. Now we even might be able to get some 1-2-3 Sanshoku zaniness. A completed meld in the Pinzu too. This could end up like a Chanta Sanshoku, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely lines there. And
That's pretty hard to pass up.
when you're going for Chanta, you can squeeze in the Dora. You could even open your hand and wait Dora Tanki.
Yeah. Although we might see 2 reds out. Nope. Thompson wants to play.
I mean, Thompson's probably thinking about a Chanta of his own. Or a Junchan. We do see the
it makes sense with that shape.
South get called. This is Ishanten now, with the South as the Yaku. Really in need of the 3 mon. Oh, that 6 mon on the left means that this probably isn't going to be Chanta anymore, and so Thompson then chooses to discard the door as a result. On the right, this hand has been progressing decently. Ishanten right now, with a floating 7 mon and a floating 5 so sort of Kutsuki Shanten across the way. This is, oh, really pretty looking shapes. Very wide Ishanten. Slight upgrade here, so Garrett will probably take the efficiency here over the safety of the Hatsu, being dealer.
We are going to see a Dama weight from Danny. Yes, Danny here. Just on 6 mon, no Yaku, but not a great weight from what you're seeing, so I don't hate the Dama. Much stronger is this 5-8 Nobeton, but it's Furry 10 right now.
Ooh.
Probably going to be trying to draw around in the Pinzu. It's going to be really hard to get like E2 or something, but. Oh, could even try to. Nah, Tonki on Haku's bad. I missed the
Uh,
two
You
out.
don't like Hellweight Haku Tanki?
I mean, listen, the wall has proved it is not being kind tonight, so I'm assuming that that's what's under that Hatu door indicator.
Chi.
This cheese okay.
Wrong.
It's not too bad, but problem is, gave time to get Garrett and Tenpai, and Garrett's gonna run. It's really cheap, but I mean, every time you give the dealer a Humba, there's a chance for them to get a Mongon and just start to shoot ahead.
Yeah, and Garrett has had a pretty successful season so far. 4-3-3-2 in the standings, so no stranger to
Yep.
winning games here and repeating as dealer, I'm sure. This hand looks like it definitely could be conducive to a repeat. What I really dream of here is like Ricci, Pinfu, Sanshoku, and if we're getting really greedy, Door 2. On the right, we have a good chance at Tanyao, and I want to make a Sanshoku there too. It's just going to be a little bit tricky to get that 4-5-6 together without sacrificing a lot of efficiency. And across the way, there is really nice shapes. Dianchan 10. We'll have to decide whether the 1-2 penchant comes out. No, just draw the 3 and you don't have to worry about it. So this is actually Tenpai.
It's going to take it on the 8.
Yeah, so when I'm thinking about Dianchan 10, I'm thinking like if I want a good shape. But early Ricci is early Ricci, even if it is Ricci Nomi. We'll see how the rest of the table goes. Oh no. DC.
Oh,
Against
that
a
DC's
Ricci.
bad.
Fortunately for Thomason, there aren't many winning tiles in the wall, so
Yeah, there's only 2. Odds are not likely, but the hand is definitely going to be bricked after this. There's so many valuable tiles that Thomason has unfortunately dropped to that TC. Although that 1 mon can save just a bit. It's not nearly as good as the 4, but you can definitely recover after that draw.
yeah, Garrett's basically frozen here as dealer with his door in hand. It needs to be a door pair up in order to keep fighting. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure he
or
just wants to
you
be out.
might have to see a 4 too. If I see a 4 pin for whatever reason, which we see is never going to come out,
Not just
but I might trust it. But yeah, Sumo comes out.
Yeah, and even 4-pin I'm not that thrilled about because 3-pin Ricci could come from a 3-1-1 shape, and if you Shabo with the Dora, that would be a super expensive deal.
Normally there, I think I more opt to the fact that like if they're gonna Rigi that early, odds are it's probably not gonna be on this Dora. Like Ryanman, I definitely don't want to check, but if I get Suji on it, especially good terminal Suji like that, I might throw it, depending on game situation. If you're super far ahead, you can't risk anything, obviously not. But if you're, willing to throw it up to the gods a little bit, play a little bit risky to try to jump, I think it's worth it.
A wise man once said, never throw Dora against Ricci. I live by those words.
Yeah. That wise man live in Baltimore and Ricci every time the button comes up.
I say that and then I throw Dora against dealer Ricci when I have dice on Gentepai, so it's fine.
Wow, already quick Tenpai here on 147 so, and another quick Tenpai. We got Garrett reaching. That's just going to be on 17. Atrocious weight, but there is still 2 in the wall.
Yeah, you're not expecting that you're up against the Samenchan Tenpai. You think you got there first with Ricci Dora 1?
Yeah. Ooh, 5-8 mon, 2.
Wow,
that's a pretty good weight as well.
Tenpai.
5-8 looking the best in the wall, I think, too.
Toyman not that far away, but that will deal into the dealer who just got here.
That's Dora.
Joined the party late, but stole all the sticks.
Yeah, that's actually a really tough deal in for Thomason because the gap is closing on second place, who still gets to retain dealer. So not only do you not pass dealership, you're also giving points to your direct competitor, and again giving them that hombo to try to I'll think of capitalize on extra dealer points more. Like I think Thomason would have almost rather dealt into Garrett there.
Yeah, perhaps because then at least the dealership passes and hastens you to the end of the game, where hopefully you'll still retain the lead. But on the bright side, or maybe you look for a silver lining and say, because dealer won in hand, that means I can win more points out of this game. I can win a Mangan Sumo Oya Kaburi, get all those points back.
Yeah, the problem is I'm not in love for that with Thomason's hand there. It's not looking super valuable. Although, I mean, really the only hand I see is having a lot of value. Looks like Andrew has a route to it.
Oh,
Oh, and Chitoi Tenpai. Oh,
yeah.
yeah, that'll do it. That's Dora too. Although, man,
Just
it's
waiting
not
for a
even
better weight.
Mangon. It's not even Mangon right now.
Andrew will take the
Once
Ricci
you reach
eventually.
it will, but you get like a Dorapon and a crazy zany world. You get I guess East isn't Yakuhai anymore. If East is Yakuhai, I kind of hate taking this because I
Ooh.
think Toy Toy looks pretty good. But ooh, Andrew just keeps drawing Furry 10 Tonkies.
As is the classic. And actually,
Huh.
Thomason is approaching Chitoi Tempai as well. He shot that over there.
I mean, honestly, even Danny has a world where that becomes Chitoi Tenpai. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing?
I mean, you get six, so you weren't planning on
Ah,
waiting on that. Okay, just throws it.
ah. Damn, we
Yeah.
hate Hanemons here.
I mean, do
That's
you really break
crazy.
Tempai?
With East Hatsu 9mon? Absolutely.
Oh,
Oh,
I
and
guess you
look
do.
where we'd be. Look where we'd be. Yeah,
Now we're gonna watch
watch.
like
Oh,
Suwako get
there's the
drawn.
last 9mon. So now we beat Tenpai on East
East
Hatsu
Hatsu, yeah. Toy Toy
for
Dora
Toy Toy
3.
Door 3.
Same value.
Well, we're at 6,400 still right now. Remember that.
Same value unless you get the Hatsu, then you get your Hanuman.
That's true.
It's kind of unbelievable that Andrew hasn't drawn a single tile that's better than the 6-0.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad Sumogiri pile. Although, if I'm Andrew, I might just throw the
Oh, this is
6-0.
good.
One
This
mon
it's
is
hell weight.
Hellweight.
It's
I mean, I'd still switch because 6-0 just looks. There's a reason it's not coming out. Something's up with it.
wow.
Oh,
Thomason
and
might
that's
be the
gonna
one
be
going for
Ishan for
Suwako.
Thomason. That's two
Oh,
Ankos. I mean,
it's dead. It's
six.
dead. Show
Yeah, 6-0
Mochi
ain't going.
Mochi.
Oh, Mochi Mochi with the red too. That's tough.
2 months okay.
Oh, if you're not gonna take Tumon, then there's no hope for this hand. I don't like that play at all. I guess it is late. I would at least switch off of it. Especially when you just had 3-so played, you get 6-0 Suji. It's
No, the one
like
mon.
Nakasuji to the dealer. Oh, that's why I said the hell wait. Ah, I think Andrew's leaving points. All I'm saying is, if this
Achoo!
wasn't a Chi toy, Andrew would be sitting pretty right now.
Oh.
Oh, Andrew would have 8K right now. Garrett didn't want to open up for K10 there. Interesting decision. I guess you're still not at K10 after that call, but your
Home.
odds are a little bit better.
The wall is
Oh, and
just
Danny saw
absolutely
that.
torturing Andrew right now. 5-so pulled into another 5-so draw.
I mean, listen, all I'm saying is curse 6-0. Ah!
There's
I mean, you were
Suwako in the
calling that
discards.
Naimon, but yeah, that's Suanko.
Oh, this is an almost high
That
tay.
sucks.
One
Yeah, that'd have been a sick high tay.
oh, finally you get a tile switch off, dude. It's too late.
Oh yeah, I think it's Hellweight at that point too. Listen, I've said it before. I'll say it again. Chitoy bears curses and brings misfortune, and that's just how it is. No
Yeah,
getting around it.
I don't mind discarding the 6-0 there temporarily because you weren't planning on winning on. I mean, if you weren't taking the Ricci, so you
Yeah.
weren't really expecting to win on that. So
Yeah, that's why I like things like the Hellweight one mon. Again, even though it's a Hellweight, like if 6-0 is not gonna come out for that long, I'd rather just take the Hellweight because at least I know that I'm playing the odds. If somebody draws it, it's getting dropped like pretty much 100% of the time. I wouldn't reach it, but again, it's better than the 6-0. Something's up if none are out by that like point in the game, and
although
it's so
honestly,
centralized, it's hard to rely on.
if you did Ricci that, I think it would still come out because you had Suji trap.
Yeah,
There are a lot of 1 months out already.
yeah,
It
like
was Hellweight, right?
Nakasuji.
So it
Yeah,
only
yeah.
deals into exactly Hellweight Tonki, and who's gonna believe that, right?
Yeah, is it buried in the dead wall, or am I gonna be able to win off it? Which is scary, but then again, just Dama, you know?
And of course, the later it goes in the hand, the more concerned you are that someone else is going to be Tempai, and like you were amazed that no one declared Ricci,
Hmm.
but it will pick up 1500, as will Danny, and the gap to first place is shrinking here. We
Yeah,
are
almost closed.
Dion Shan 10 for dealer, although we really want to use the Dora, so we might have to drop this penchant sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that being Honitsu too, although that 5 pin was pretty tempting.
Yeah, really tempted to call that 5 pin and just rely on the south coming out, but with the, last
Ooh,
hand down, it also is waiting for the June, and that just never came out, so might have the sense that this table just doesn't drop honors.
a cursed draw table. I mean, it's Mochi Mochi here too, so it's a great read any way you read it to just not have to rely on getting it.
Because this won't be the first time that Denny had an honor tile weight that
Oh
didn't come out.
my, oh my goodness, I don't like this. What
You
is
know,
that, pair number 4?
about pair, you mean Honitsu.
Yeah, but it's Honitsu with like having to draw twice around the Dora or pawn the Dora, and then the South that's never coming out.
Mm? Thinking
I
about
mean,
it,
you could do that.
this isn't so bad because the 5 pin has come out twice already.
It's true. 6 doesn't look too bad. Oh, there's one. Oh
Eh,
yeah, now you shove it. Hold on, this could be greasy.
Honitsu for sure, alright.
Although the end weight's gonna be bad. I think honestly, Danny's best chances are like
リーチ
3-3 mon.
Like, takes the Shabo, just pulling the 7.
Ooh.
I like the Dama,
Ooh.
because I think you've got enough value
I
here
do like the
already.
Dama. Although maybe if it's a Mochi Mochi read, someone could read that it's a pair up.
Like, it's a Dama Mangan, where Tsumo gives you Haneman, and Ron on the south gives you Haneman. So
Yeah, it's
most of
pretty good.
the and the two comes out. It's Hanuman as well. So you have Hanuman no matter what you do.
カン
Oh, and you can con that shape. I missed that. I missed that stray. So now you got double indicators. Now you're cooking. Although that is going to be terrible for incentivizing people to push against you. 3. Wow, 3. Oh, Kabe on the 4. That makes sense. I was like 3 mon came out. Although I guess with no 1s or 2s, I'm still pretty scared of like 1-2
Yeah,
penchant there.
1-2 penchant is definitely kind of scary. But I mean, Garrett also recognizing that the south can't be pushed here.
Oh yeah.
But you have Tuso Anko that you can just throw. The thing is, Garrett is Suanko Ishanten, so it's understandable to push a little bit.
That's very true. But they're also running out of draws. I'm wondering if the 5 mon will get pushed by the same logic. If, say, what is that? 1 mon
Ah, didn't
comes
get
out?
there.
Is there one though? Yeah.
So it will be Ryukyoku, one player Tempai, and I think that'll put Danny in the lead by
Yeah, we have a
300 points.
very, very classic example here of you don't have to win big hands as dealer. You just have to win 5 times in a row, and you're caught up.
Yeah, it looks
It's the
like
benefit of being dealer.
Thomason has the huge advantage in this hand. Open for one Han and already Ishanten.
Yes, very, very quick speed.
This is actually
And it
Tempai,
is
but it's a
Senpai.
terrible weight.
A lot of upgrades though.
I think you could, if you drew something like the 7 so, break Tempai here.
Yeah. I think that's pretty good. I mean, you even have draws like 8 peen, you have I think 3 peen for 1, is that? Or wait, no, 3 peen is 1-4 Tempai, which isn't terrible. 5 is like nothing.
Yeah, it's weird Shabo.
Uh,
That's
uh
not it.
yeah.
And I don't know if Dealer can catch up here. I mean, Dion Shanten, but the shapes are a little awkward
Shapes
here.
are great. I mean, if you draw like 7 so though, you're cooking.
Garrett's kind of working this
Mm,
hand in, dropping the north pair intentionally, despite being in the north seat.
I think trying to fish for a little bit more value, like just the Yakuhai Dora here, even with a lot of Honba, is just not that good.
Yeah, you really want to
It's
be able
not
to use
nearly
this
enough
Dora.
value.
And if you end up
Yeah.
in Dora Tonki, that's perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I think Garrett's setting up for
Dong.
this with the 5 so despite, but
Ooh.
6 will come out instead. They'd all been drawn, but Andrew couldn't use all of these, and so, more
Yeah, I
importantly,
didn't want to throw the penchant for
exactly,
8-9, so
get rid
decided
of
to
the
break
Dora.
that. Oh, hate this hand. I'm punching the air if I'm Andrew. I mean, you have the Yakuhai and like you got some opponable one, but
Yeah, you open it
man,
up, it looks
ugh.
kind of bad, but it's better than it looks.
Oh, hold
Because,
on. I like Formon here.
yeah, Formon, because we can go Cheetoy.
Yeah. I hate to admit it, but I mean, even there's I think a decent toy route
Yeah,
if you get
absolutely. I
another
mean,
nice
you're
pair,
playing for Haku,
east or south.
and if you get any bonuses, you're happy.
Yeah.
And on the right, we've got Adora tiles kind of floating there.
Ugh.
Kanchans everywhere, one completed shape. Really awkward hand, but a hand that can improve pretty quickly if you get reasonable draws. Average draws, I would say. Forget
Mm-hmm.
across the way. Oh, these shapes are excellent already,
Home.
Shanten. Nice
Yeah,
Samachan into the
but
Sozu. You have to work out this 3-5-5 shape in the Pinzu.
yeah, I think it's kind of just gonna end up towards Rishinomi ending on like a Shabo of 8 so 5 pin.
That's definitely
You could
possible.
technically Kanchan 4 pin, but
Nope.
Each.
Samachan.
oh,
Just draw
well,
the
there you
Anko.
go. Yeah, just hit your best out. 147.
It is Richinomi, so Garrett really looking for a bonus.
Chi.
Ipatsu, Tsumo, Hidden Udas, anything like that. With
Oh,
Samachan,
there goes the pots. Yeah, Samachan.
they look for
It's a good
Danny's
way.
tile. Would not have hit pots anyway. Actually, this
Oh,
is
this is Tenpai for
Tenpai.
Danny.
You can choose the
On
2-mon
3-9
or the
Shabo.
3-9.
リーチ。
Tumon's got 2 out. That means if 5 comes out, it's even better. But yeah, I could have take the Shabo. I like it. Still 1-9 left. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, trying to.
Interestingly, oh, I was gonna say,
Sumo.
interestingly enough, 4P. There's only 1 out, so it's pretty good in the wall. Okay.
Oh, misses. But that's actually huge. That ties
Yeah.
Garrett and Andrew for 3rd and 4th place. And notably, if
Ooh,
this does end in a tie, for example, if Thompson were to
it
deal
would have
into
to
Danny
be.
here,
Yeah.
then they will split the UMA. They split the -15 and the -5 UMA. So they would both take -10 as their UMA payment. That
Yeah,
is,
there's 10 points at stake for Andrew and Garrett effectively by trying to hop Uma here.
ポン。
what a sick fill for Thomason
Although,
here.
whew, Danny's cooking right now. Got Haku, got this East, this Pwnable 8.
And you're kind of expecting to turn this into Toy Toy.
Yeah. I mean, you're looking... Oh, yeah, I guess you do need a little bit more value. Thomason's ahead. Oh, Thomason's Ishan 10 too.
Yeah,
I'm
Thompson's
potentially really scary to reach Sanshoku.
been drawing excellently.
ポン。
There's the Haku, so you don't have to do Toy Toy, but it's still there.
Yeah, I think you might want to just to pass. I don't think you
Oh,
pass without it.
absolutely. Because
I
the
mean, if
gap
you
is
get
36, even direct hit isn't going to be enough
yeah,
here.
if you get 4 or 8p, then it's pretty possible. I mean, you're expecting East to come out whenever someone gets it.
Yeah, but if you get Toy Toy, that'll be 39 or 52, probably. Depends on what comes out, but
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's enough to pass, right?
yeah, Sumo, Roan, anybody, it all works.
Yeah. It's not quite gonna be 10-5.
But that
This
gives you
does give better outs for Pinfu.
It gives you flexibility for your Sanjaku as well. You can get 3 for 5 or 4, 5, 6. Good keep here if we drop the 3.
リーチ。
It's true.
Oh,
Ooh, doesn't spot it.
yeah. Always good to be
Oh,
anticipating
counter
these.
Senpai.
Yeah, this is tight now.
8-4.
Oh.
8-4. Pretty good in the wall. 3 in. 3 versus 4, right?
スモ。
Oh, Hipatsumo.
That's big.
Yeah, wasn't going to be Sanchoku anyway, so didn't miss out on any value here. And Uda for the Mongon is huge. Thomason locks up that first place almost certainly here. And now it's a game of who's going to be over 30k at the end of it. I mean, right now, Danny is there, but can easily drop below, so has to play very carefully here. A dealer, lots of honors and terminals. We'll just discard away from the north pair even. And just say this is going to be Tanyao or Yakuhai. I'll hold up the Yakuhai chances. Or maybe not even Tanyao, maybe just whatever Rishi I can find. There's a door in hand. On the right, this is much better. Ishanten already. And probably try to find Tanya with something like the... You can even cut 6-pin. I hate this 2-4 mon shape, so I wouldn't have even faulted Garrett for just dropping it there.
Yeah.
And
although, again, it's a 10-point shift to get any hand right now, so you might just want to put reach pressure on the board.
Yeah, and the 9-so is also acceptable to force Tanya, but there's a lot of efficiency in holding the 4-4-4-6-9 shape. It accepts 5-so, 6-so, and 9-so. Yeah. So you don't really want to drop that away. And like you said, even 1,000 points is worth a lot here.
Oh, and now we got a Shabo option. That's a pretty okay draw. If we can't hit the 3.
Danny's hand across the way was really slow to start, but now has the Shaw pair, so at least can consider opening up. And might even turn this into Honitsu. We have Tenpai on the right.
Down at Tenpai, 5-mon. Very terrible. Probably not coming out, especially with Thomason with an Anko, but you never know.
Yeah, there's a world where Thompson draws 7-pin and then draws into Pinfu. In that world, like this 3-mon draw, you might just throw the 5.
Not going to do it yet, but for Tenpai, I mean, if you draw 4-7, sheesh.
It feels like it should come out any second now.
Ooh, Danny didn't want to call that. Danny, I think, just needs to try to take 1k here. Take anything. Call the East. Hope the West comes out. Play Honitsu as backup. Oh my. You know what? I shouldn't have said anything. Although I guess draw order would have changed.
See, no, Danny just knows that all is always Mochi Mochi. The honor tiles are always Mochi Mochi.
Yeah.
We're going to see the Ricci. Wow.
2-5.
I could see a chi here.
I'm not a big fan of this. It's really scary. I think the Dama's worth so much more because, like, I reach here and I'm never expecting this to come out for everybody. And it's just, man, it's tough here. Like, if the round ends and either Andrew is also Tenpai, or if like Thomason or Danny run each other or Sumo, then I'm behind. Like, I've put myself down because of this Rigi.
Yeah,
I think it's overextending a lot. It's too risky. You need to just accept the Dama. Oh my god, that's Tenpai too.
But no Ricci.
No Ricci, yeah. Thomason just playing back. Might even break Tenpai. Although being that far down, I'd imagine Thomason is going to keep this game going for as long as possible.
Sumo. There's that Sumo. That's huge.
Oh, that's so big. Ishi Sumo. Not enough to get over 30. It would have taken a miracle. It would have taken like 2p indicator or 2p euro.
A Mongon would have been enough to catch Danny for second place, which is why I think the Ricci was taken.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't end up finding the Mongon, so we'll just take a third instead, but did pick up a lot of points getting out of that tied situation.
Yeah, effectively plus, what is that, 16? No, not 16, plus 6k. 16? Right, because it was about a 6k reach.
Yeah.
Or 6k points plus the 10 from the Uma shift.
Yeah, about 15. So big win there for Garrett. We'll only take 9.3. Unfortunately for Danny, that does knock below 30,000, so minus 1.4. Thomason will actually benefit, get a few extra points out of that Sumo as a result, and take the plus 5 Uma for a positive 36.9 first place. Andrew takes the fourth at negative 26.2. When we update these standings, we'll see some slight shifts. I think Andrew does fall to the 5th place overall in the standings, and Garrett is still in 7th. Oh, no, actually, Garrett falls to 7th place. Oh, I guess John
John B is no longer in the league. I know that much.
Yeah, so this we'll call that 6th place then, and Andrew Garrett essentially
Yeah.
next to each other in the standings.
Yeah, and again with the C2 league not essentially promoting or demoting, or excuse me, with the C2 league not being created for next season, I'm unsure how many people are going up here. It could very well be anybody who's positive in this C1, I think this A league, C1A. Anyone positive could promote.
Yeah, historically that has happened in the past. Definitely the players will have a little bit better idea of what their goals are. They have their own separate channel for that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But they will be playing another game, and I think, wow, they just hopped right into it.
It just started, yeah. They were looking for runbacks. They weren't messing around.
All right, we'll catch one more from this table, and then there's a lot of action that's going to be happening tonight, so we will definitely be moving around the league. Opens up with Danny's the first dealer, Andrew to the right, Garrett across the table, and Thompson on the left. Everyone's back at 30K. I was like taking a second or two, a minute or two to reset my mind and say, okay, I'm not, fighting to get out of 4th place. I'm not trying to stay over 30,000. We're at even scores. Sort of reset.
I love the scrap. I'm a busy guy. I'm looking to get these out of the way. I'm saying it's Armel time. My head's in the game. I'm going for it. Speaking of that, we have South Chun Tenpai. Or Reach even by, I should really learn these people's names on game. Garrett. Yes.
I can
Although
see.
it's not great because you're challenging that Mochi Mochi Chun in a Honitsu. That's definitely going to challenge. And South is a Hellwit.
Yeah, Andrew doesn't really have much choice but to fight with this hand. I don't think we'll ever see the Chun come out, but the South, for sure, absolutely will get cut. It's just a matter of where is that South, and will Danny actually get into Tenpai, because this 1-mon pair is coming out, and if you can push the Tuso, which seems reasonably safe here, we could see a dealer chase.
Feels okay, especially after that.
Ishanten.
Five so doesn't look great. Gets shoved. Andrew trusting instincts with that 3-6 cut. It's probably not on that.
Oh, but the 3-6, so it's starting to die for the dealer.
It's tough, but that means if that's your end weight, looks even better.
Ooh, 3-pin draws Tenpai.
Jeez, what is that? Oh, 6-9. It's pretty good.
He's 22.
Somewhat live in the wall. There's still 2 9s. It's not terrible.
Yeah.
Tenpai on that 3-6.
Tuso's Genbutsu, so Danny's only thinking about whether to Richi or Dama here. Dama makes sense because, it's Genbutsu, but also your dealer, your Richi, you can get a lot of extra value. And you know that the other Richi hand, and probably the hand on the right, will not be able to use a 3-6. And wouldn't fold on it either, so super tempting to just go for it. Oh, but the South is drawn.
Boom.
There's that last one. Tip the board. Oh, and I mean, you know what? At least that wasn't the last East in the indicator, if there was one left. I forgot to look.
Yeah, I mean, not much to do there. You were always going to drop the South anyway, whether you had declared the Richi or not.
What happened when we moved seats in that half a second? There's 2 pawns coming from Danny. Andrew was really thinking about a Honitsu there. Honitsu or even Shinitsu, although he's backing away from that now.
With the Dora draw, yeah.
I mean, if it's early enough, I might still shove it. Because, it's Shinitsu, right? Ooh, but we are going to see Tenpai from Danny.
It's Tenpai
alright.
For what? 39 or 52 feet sumo?
39. 4-4. Yes, yeah.
But I like this. Let's go for Mangan.
Yeah.
And there's even
that's
Hanuman.
Pretty good shape to draw around too.
If you draw another door, it's Hanuman. So I like this greedy play.
It's not going to be a Manzu that gets Tenpai, but Manzu is Manzu.
Yeah, that can give you 1/4 Mon draw into Tenpai as well.
Creates an interesting scenario if Door Indicator gets dropped too. Or not Door Indicator, excuse me, if 3 Mon gets dropped where you build the Kabe on the 2, but
Chi for
yeah,
Tenpai.
just going to take 1/4.
So this is only going to be a Mongon, but I say only. That's a great hand.
Yeah, you're pretty happy with that. Ooh, a little bit of challenge though. This is going to be 8 Mon?
Oh, chooses
Oh
the
no, 9
6.
Mon.
Yeah, didn't like dropping the 8 Mon against this hand, I think, and so
2/5.
picked
Yeah.
the weight that gives Tanyao, but it is a worse weight. Waiting on just the Door Indicator is not strong at all. Versus what would have been the 2/5 for Riichi Pinfudora. I think I slightly prefer the 2/5 if you're going to hit the button.
Yeah, if you're gonna challenge it, feels like you need something strong. And I still don't even feel great about the 9 here with such a lack of high Manzu. But I think I would just rather take a higher weight. Or a higher win rate weight.
Yeah, really, I think the other players are mostly out. So it's just a matter of, between Danny and Thomason, who's going to get the winning tile. There's only one in the wall for Thomason.
I think Garrett's misreading the Haku too. Forgot about the pawn. Because I can't imagine you'd break away from some of that shape when you still have the very safe Haku. They could just want to keep it as a guaranteed safe. But
Yeah, that might be it. It did
Hatsu
feel like
does look
there was,
pretty scary.
opportunities to get temp. Like, he could be Tenpai right now, even. Ooh, that
Oh.
drew the last one, and
Oh.
you have to drop it, right?
I mean,
Wow.
here's the thing. If it's 9-7-5, if you reach on 5, that's a pretty telegraphed 8. But if you reach on 9, it's a tricky 6. Danny might think there's something sneaky going on.
What a read. It's pretty 10, but now Danny, at least Danny didn't deal in there.
Yeah. I mean, that would have been reach Tanya Dora. That would have been pretty potent. 340.
And that 3 Mon is
And
going to be
I
held.
can't imagine Age doing that. Yeah.
So we're going to do Kyoku, unless something dramatic happens.
I was gonna say that could. Is there 1-9 left?
There's
No,
one
that
draw
was
left for
last.
Danny, though. One more chance
That
to.
is true. And 3 Mon is dead.
That's his.
Oh wow, shoves the Hatsu. Shonpai Hatsu, I believe.
I believe you're right.
Just trust it.
Also,
Dang,
if
that
that
would have
wasn't.
been Hote Hatsu. That would have been a ton if that dealt in.
Imagine if Danny had the Shosangen there. Hote, Hatsu, Shosangen, Honitsu, Dora 1.
Gross.
But impressive read there. We've seen some great defensive plays throughout this series. The first game had a couple big ones, and this one as well. I can't imagine ever dropping the 6 Mon myself. As bad as it is, I just want to shove it and go for my own hand.
Yeah, Spidey senses were on par there for sure.
We'll see if Garrett can pull something out of this one with Riichi Dora as dealer. Okay shaped. Just a lot of Kanchans in the Sozu is a little bit weak there, but you have a chance at 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku. On the right, we've got Chun pair that can be opened up for cheap hand. Multiple pairs. We're going to skip to the left, though, because we see a Riichi already. Riichi, Pinfu, Samenchan, Dora 1. Riichi Pinfu, Dora 147 again in the Sozu.
Yeah. It's pretty good. Here's a question. How do you feel about Damaing this to see if you get 6p draw? Although it is Riichi Pinfu Dora.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. If I just have, like, Riichi
Pinfu, if you just have 2, I think with Riichi Pinfu, it's worth it to think about because that's still just 2k.
And even
yes, like 1k upgrades, or you have a lot of +1 upgrades and good chance to sumo, but I mean, Sanchoku's worth so much more. It's a huge jump up.
I think in most cases I would Riichi. There is one where I might Dama, and let's say you had like the 3-4-5 here, and 2 pin is the Dora instead. As we see the Sumo come in, it'll be Riichi, Sumo, Dora needs an Ura from Mangan, misses though. It's still a pretty good hand.
Not too bad.
If the 2 pin is Dora and like, what do I have? 3-4-5. So I draw the 6-pin, I get Sanshoku. If I draw the 2-pin, I get the door upgrade. Maybe then I would Dama because I've got
If you have two really
multiple
high value
upgrades.
outs,
But in this instance,
that makes
my
sense.
upgrade for Sanshoku only gives me 1 extra Han because I have to drop the Dora to do it. And I'm not even guaranteed the Sanshoku because I could win on the 7 instead. So I just take the Ricci. This is a very spicy hand from Thomason. Could be Honitsu or even Chinitsu. But we've also seen Thompson play kind of. Oh, no. Nope. Tuso is the signal. Yeah. We're going.
Tuso's so good there.
What a sweet draw.
Oh my god. This might even be a close Zany Chinitsu. Oh!
Is this another signal? Come back. Come back to the pins here.
I was going to say, I kind of, from Thomason here, I don't feel confident on getting these Yaku highs, and I'd rather have Shinitsu, and my shape's so good, it's got good chance. I'd almost rather play a Yaku high or two to try to, like, ward people off the scent.
Chi there, the 3-so is a viable option.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you can get close Chinitsu, it's some insane value.
Problem is, we're running low on time right now.
Yeah, after that pawn,
Especially
now
now
I'm
that you
willing
see
to call
that
anything.
open. Yeah, geez, Thomason just missing Sozu for 4 turns in a row. It's tough.
That is Ishanten on the left with almost certainly going to be Dora Tonki. Hatsudora 2.
Thomason. I don't like keeping this 3P here. I need to get it out of my hand. I'm really scared of this 3P the later the hand goes. I'd rather keep that 1P. It looks so much safer. Doesn't matter in the long run, but there is a chance it could have.
Ooh, 4 mon is interesting. That must be a read that the 2 mon and the 5 mon are dying, so. Here we see the Chi into Dora Tonki Tempai. Now, Thompson might end up on Dora Tonki of his own.
I mean, he might again if Shinitsu's right there. Like, you do, I guess it is still the same because it is still 4 Han if you get the Dora. So with Kiriage, that's still Magan, and you don't have your 6, especially if you open up as Thomason, but whew, you get like closed Shinizu chance. That is so good.
There is one more pay in the wall. Let's see if
Each.
Oh, well.
Oh,
Here's your
that's 456
Sanshoku.
Sanshoku.
It has to be 2.
3s are dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is Ricci Sanshoku guaranteed.
Great in the wall, actually. Still 3 left. Which, I mean, again, not that great, but for one-sided, it's pretty good.
Oh, there's the Dora. And it's safe to the Ricci will come out.
Shoved. Oh no.
That's from Ishanten. And yeah, surprise. I was actually Tempai the whole time. I think if the Ricci isn't taken, there's probably going to be some more hesitation on discarding it. But, you know, you see the Ricci, you draw the title like, oh, this is bad. Wait. It's Genbutsu. It just sort of shortcuts your brain to saying, I can drop this. And you forget that there's other players at the table who might be Tempai and waiting on it.
Yeah, I didn't see what Garrett had dropped to, so it could have very well looked to Danny like Garrett was folding out just from what tiles Garrett happened to draw and throw down.
Yeah, that's a really good point. If you're trying to, as Ricci comes out on the table and trying to defend against that while pushing your own hand, it's also important to watch how the rest of the table is reacting. Are they playing safe tiles or are they playing slightly more dangerous tiles? Like, is Genbutsu coming out or is Suji coming out? That sort of thing might give you an indication about how close the other players are and if they have value of their own that they think is worth fighting against a Ricci. But, of course, it's just as likely that Garrett had completely safe tiles to throw, and so there was no indications. I didn't get a good look myself. We are in the south rounds, though. Danny Dealer, east is the Dora. One's been cut already on the left.
Oh, this hand by Danny. I hate it. I hate it.
When Danny gets 18,000 points out of this, you're not going to hate it.
Oh, yeah, sure. I would love to know how this gets 18,000 points, but pop off.
Reach Tsumo Chitoi Ura Ura. 18,000.
Okay.
Ooh, Haku's. Oh, Haku is so nice. I
God,
like the Haku
5
over the 5
I'm
so.
shooting it up. Yeah, 5 so feels pretty bad here, especially with 1 out.
Oh wait, I know why the 7 pin is being held.
So let's throw the 7.
No,
Actually,
no,
no,
no, no.
5's fine too. I like 5.
Yeah, 5 is better because if you draw enough 7s.
Ooh, hold on. You're kind of cooking with that one.
We can
Would
see
you
where the 7s
open
are,
for
but
it though? Yeah, that's
I
true.
think at this point Danny might because there's Toy Toy. I mean, pulling cut 7 pin is totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
Toy Toy Tanya is there's my Haku.
Yeah, there's that Haku. It looks so good. Would have been Tenpai probably on 7, which looks pretty good against you. That 9-6 cut.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why Danny's holding the 7 speed. Not just the Doko chance or
Yeah.
the mini Doko if you end up being pairs, but if enough 6 pins come out on a Ricci, you could see the 7.
Home.
Oh, we're gonna see the call for Toy Toy Tanya though. And
Yeah,
ooh,
it's
7's gonna
getting
be
a little
held. That's
slow.
Ishanten, yeah. With
Yeah,
potentially Peiko.
Ishanten.
So Andrew with a very expensive hand.
It's the last 7-2 for Sozu, so now Danny's gonna run into roadblocks. Still 1 3-piece. Still, I believe. No, wait. Is there? Yeah, 1 7-mon left too. So now it's gonna be very hard just to even get to Tenpai as Danny.
The Thompson takes the 789 Santroku Atosuke play. Really needs the 7 Mon. This is technically Tenpai, but it can't win. So it needs the 7 Mon first. This is Ishan 10 with the Peiko chance, but the 5 has come out a couple times, so I don't think taking the Peiko is worth it.
It's pretty bad, yeah.
I'm trying to think if I would cut the 6 pin, 6 so instead, just in case I draw into 5, 6, 7 Santroku, but I think that might be far enough away that it won't really matter. This is Tenpai will not take the reach on just the 6 mod. This 8 again does not deal in.
Mm-hmm.
No Yaku just yet for Thomason. Okay, now we switch the weight to set waiting on the 7. And this is Furiten, so Thomason still can't roll on anybody, but can find a Sumo.
Yeah, I kind of. Actually, I guess 7899 isn't really better. Or 8899.
The nice thing about having
7 and then nothing happens.
oh, the 6 is not going to deal in because again, no Yaku. Everyone sort of dancing around each other here, not willing to commit to their bad weight.
Yeah. Especially this late in the hand too. It feels like you're just tipping the board.
Yeah. Even there, Garrett breaking Tenpai because he could see the 4-pin Kabe and says, if the 4-pin is Kabe, why don't I see any 2 pins? I bet you it's like a Shabo weight or something like that. Turns out Danny just had all of them, but there was a decent chance that Andrew there, after dropping the 4-pin, had a pair of 2 pins. In this case, he had a pair of 5 pins, so similar to what Garrett was likely thinking, just along a slightly different line. And in the end, dealership will pass. South 2, Andrew's dealership in first place by 100 points, has the Haku pair, can open up for 1500. No door just yet in his hand. On the right, Garrett can accept a door 9-mon. There is... The sheeps are okay. I want to get some value out of this other than just Richidora. Maybe you just end up with Reach Pin Dora most likely if
I mean,
3, 4, 5 doesn't happen.
Even moving dealership I think is pretty good here.
Absolutely.
Like getting Andrew off with how close the score is, just getting yourself to dealer I think is really valuable. I'd really just want to win the hand or just have dealership rotate even if like Thomason wins.
Yeah, but Thomason is not winning with something cheap. There's 2 door in the hand. Could be South Dora 3 or even South Toy Toy Dora 2 or 3. Could be very expensive. And Danny on the left. Reasonable shapes. That 8-9 pin penchant, probably the worst one, but hoping to draw around the 3 pin. And it will be a matter of, can Thomason win this monster hand, potential monster, or will Andrew fix these bad shapes and just win something cheap?
I I mean, if Andrew gets a cheat too on 3 or 5, so then that hand's pretty put together. Like 6 or 7 doesn't feel great, but Pinzu feel pretty cheap on the board right now.
That was a very interesting draw for
Ooh.
Thompson, pulling in the 5 mon. It really gives you toy options. I think I like the 5 so cut there, even though the 1 so is twice cut.
Yeah. Or it was only once
I'm
cut,
sorry,
so
once
there's
cut.
still one. Yeah, I think one so is just such a valuable pawn candidate, like no matter how late the game is. And I don't really get too much from 5-5, 9. Like if I'm gonna throw a pair back, I think I'd almost rather just throw a 5 back and still keep the 5, 7, 9, 9.
Yeah, throwing the 1 so is saying I can accept the 6 so as my final weight, and if I draw the 4 so, I've got a great diamond shape. So I mean, there's some reason to do it. I just slightly prefer holding out for the potential value of the toy. That way, if I don't get the third Dora, or the Dora Puln, I can still get a Mongon.
Yeah. And so it's gonna come out. Gonna drop those. Garrett's still kind of floundering about. Probably out of the, or leaning towards getting out of the hand too. So shapes are just not coming along. No Dora seen too, so it
This
seems
6 pin
very
is
scary
such a
right
huge
now.
call. Oh, but Andrew will
Oh, it
steal it
gets
away.
pawned!
And
That's such a
now,
big deal. There's only one 3P. The shape is so bad. 5's furry 10 too.
yeah, honestly, I would cut
Oh, you
the
had
4
to
or 5
switch to
pin and
that.
go back. And now Andrew will take Tepai on the 2-5 mon.
Ooh, that's
Nope.
a Dora for Garrett. Garrett's
Yeah,
getting a little
drop the
closer.
5 pin.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, I mean, I guess 5 pin's pretty safe.
It was a little surprising that Thompson didn't call the 9 so into Tempai. But I'm sure part of it was just recognizing that the 3-6 pin was terrible.
Yeah.
And here comes another pin tile that. Yeah, Garrett's
Gotta
out.
take that.
And now Shaba wait for the door acceptance. Oh,
I
chooses
mean,
the
you have
3-6.
to. It's bold. I mean, but you're only working on 2.
Chima comes out anyway. We'll deal into the very cheap 1500 plus Homba. And Andrew will retain the dealership. That's actually not so bad for Danny. I mean, you lose some points, but you're kind of down in the game right now, and allowing the dealer to continue without having to pay too much is not the worst result. You really need more hands in the game, especially because you've lost your dealership already. So this is just another opportunity for you to make up those points plus a lot more. But for a dealer,
in this,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, in this game too, we're definitely heating up. It's starting to get really interesting with Danny falling really far behind too. Into this who's gonna be over 30K game.
Yeah, right now we've got 3 players, but Thompson's not so secure with that 30,600.
Yeah, but does still have a dealership, so can climb a little bit.
I would say if either of these 2 players, Andrew or Garrett, deal into something big, they could easily fall out of 30,000 as well. But they've showed some very strong defensive tendencies, so not so easy to get them to deal in. It might have to be in a Ricci battle.
This definitely feels like a game of sumos. It's like really interesting too, because you've seen some hands where everybody has value and is pushing, and then you've seen some hands where everybody's playing very far back, very defensive. And normally, like I'd see a really defensive board and be like, oh, I'm just gonna reach anything because I know they'll respect it and back off. But people have had some really scary stuff today, and I mean, when the hand value comes, they are not afraid to go at it.
We've drawn as dealer into Dianchan 10, but the awkward 1-2 Dora Penchon is just something that's almost certainly going to be forced into this hand. I wonder at what point does Andrew consider dropping away from the 7? So just saying, I guess I'll lock the 6 as the pair. There's a lot of flexibility in not doing that because you can easily pair up any other tile, even the Dora, and then you have a great diamond. It fixes your shapes really, really nicely. Even here, you kind of want to aim for 6, 7, 8 Sandraku, so I can totally see the 3-5 pin coming out. Pins do look relatively cheap on this board anyway.
Yeah, I think the problem starts becoming when is it too late to drop this 2-1 Penchan? Although you do see Dora pass there, so you feel a little bit more relieved.
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced that Andrew's going to keep this for the entirety of the game. Well, this might be the one draw that moves you off of it.
It's pretty
You
good.
can cut 6-0 for starters.
Ooh. I
Okay,
if you're gonna do
that
this, I'd
basically
rather see
confirms that
those
he's going to
guys.
keep it the shape the entirety. It is Furitan.
Yeah.
It is Furitan.
No, that is true.
And with the six pin and 9 pin starting to die out, you're not really hoping to be able to draw back into Tempai on that shape, or draw that shape before you get Tempai. So it definitely makes sense. Is it too early to call for K10? Probably.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
You're really surprised the Salmon Chun shape in the Manzu hasn't filled yet. Chito Ishanten for Danny on the left. Across the way, that's very wide Ishanten. Now Tempai waiting 6-9 pin. The tiles light up and we see there is one tile left.
Yeah, there's a 6. I mean, it's not in anybody's hand, so it's somewhere in the wall. I think you're running about 50-50 right now,
Oh, it's
right?
50-10 as well. There's a 9 pin in the discards.
Wow.
Oh,
Well,
just
I don't think
Sumo!
anyone's
Just
drawing the 6.
Sumo!
Oh, hey!
Wait on
there it
the
is.
last tile on the wall and hit Ura too. That is insane.
Oof. Well,
I think we found Thomason's secret power.
yeah. I mean, hey, I've said it before again. If you're bold enough to take a really bad Hellway reach, like, you're blessed with sumos. I think that's just the name of the game, especially if you're Furry 10. The Furry 10 Hellway wins almost every time.
I can think of another Baltimore player who absolutely hasn't won on a Fudi 10 Hellweight before. No siree. Maybe
Ooh,
there's
so we
just
got
something brewing in Baltimore that gives you that power.
It's the Baltimore. I will say the closer you get to Baltimore, using Dustin as an example, the more jankier Mahjong becomes. Dustin gets things that I do not see from the other people in DC Club. Dustin being the closest one to Baltimore.
Well, let's see if Garrett has some special powers here. This hand
I mean, that's a
looks
good hand.
very
Door
spicy.
2, the East Yakuai. Oh, wow. But hold on. Thomason wants to shut it down. We're on a 1-so 7-mon Shabo right now. Problem is, 1-1-so already out.
Uh-oh.
But you have a lot of upgrades here.
Chitwa Ishanten might convince Garrett to drop the 7-1.
With door 2. I mean, I've said it before tonight. Chitoi's a hand of curses. I like that one too. The 7 comes out anyway.
Doesn't matter. Toy Toy's the
Yeah.
curse hand as well. And what a shame.
It's
That was
only
a
one.
sparkly hand.
I mean, you're still above 30, so it's not the worst thing in the world yet.
I think it's justifiable to cut 7-so there.
Nah, I think I like toy options. I like
Yeah, it's definitely the greedy
mainly
play
just that
to force the toy for sure. It's just slightly more efficient to go 7-so.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And because you're not Atosuke, you have 2 different calling options. I think efficiency is again justifiable is the word that I'll
especially in
use.
dealer C. Yeah, especially in dealer C. Off dealer C, like being greedy and just playing slow, knowing you don't really have to get too much done is fair. But in dealer C, you really, again, it's a game of hombos.
Thompson, though, with the lead, 40,000 points in South 4, but by no means in the clear. So we'll probably try to carry on winning as many points as possible, especially given the overall standings position. You just want to win as much as you can. And this hand is okay. Pretty reasonable, especially if you could draw
It's
around
not
this
the worst.
5-7.
I mean, yeah, Reach Pinfu looks pretty reasonable. You also do have that 3-4-5 Sanshoku range.
Yeah, if you can break away from this Penchant, get
might be able to
Reach Pinfu Tanyao as dealer, that would be awesome. This is a kind of tough choice between the 8-so, the 8-9 Penchant, and the 2-mon. I would go with the 2-mon there because the 8-so gives you door acceptance. but
Yeah.
almost certainly Deizo's leaving your hand anyway, so certainly easy to do. Danny on the right has paired up the Dora, and is there an option for Gyakuten on direct hit Mongon?
Maybe.
16k, a little bit too far of a gap to everybody here. Needs to have a Ricci stick come out. And it would be a question of, do you end up going for Chitoy again? Because the hand's kind of moving you in that direction, and now you're Chitoy Shantan, so I guess that's your answer.
Yeah, that's pretty good. 8 and 9 also Genbu suited dealer. It's pretty hard to pass up.
Toyman, not a lot going on here. Just really wants to preserve the second place here. So I'm a little surprised Hatsu wasn't called. You certainly are the closest to overtaking first place. But I'm confident in guessing that if the second Hatsu comes out, we'll get called. Let's see, on the left for Garrett, there is just shapes. You've got this door. You're planning on door talking again.
Yeah, you kind of have to, especially this late in the round. You feel something's amiss. That's a great draw towards getting Tenpai on Dorotanki. 7-mon is a very good fill there.
Thompson thinking about opening up for Tanya only, but just being Ishantan here sees the value in staying closed. Chitoy Tenpai waiting on 9-mon, not choosing to declare Ricci here. I think 9-mon is a good enough weight that you can absolutely just smash the Ricci.
With the 8 too. You need points. That's the big thing.
Yeah, 6,400
bad.
Is not bad. I mean, you actually don't even want to roam dealer. Oh no.
Dom.
Yeah, you have to take it at this point. But you'd end up only picking this 6,400 out. If anyone else dropped it, you'd also get more UMA. In this case, as the only player below 30,000, you are taking the full minus 20. But winning 6,400 is a nice little boost there for Danny, and it will be Thompson picking up the 18.8 first place, just barely after dealing in 6,400. Andrew will grab the second place, plus 8.1. Garrett, the third, plus 2.2. Negative 29.1 for Danny. And we will take one last peek at these standings. Andrew moves up a little bit, as does Garrett, back-to-back. The standings, Andrew approaching that fourth spot again.
And it is important to know that there are some errors here. Apparently, Alan Z. Alan Z is supposed to be in, I believe, fourth spot. Alan Z is supposed to be at plus 121.5. And then again, John B should be removed. So there's a bit of a swap. Andrew and Garrett's placements are Andrew would move down one position, but Garrett's is accurate.
Okay.
And apparently this is also the conclusion for them of the set.
All right. Well, that means that we can hop over to another table.
Yeah, plenty of tables going on. There will definitely not be any bit of dry mahjong going on, I'll tell you that much. Who is playing? We got like 18 games. Or I guess actually we really only have 2 games. We have B2 and C1B.
Yeah, timing's pretty good to join that C1B match, of course. Eric, Ray, Matsuri, Christopher would be the quick peek in on the other half of the C1 division. Of course, this is C1, the A pool that we're looking at right now. And there's another pool playing alongside in the C1 division. Let's see, it is approximately 5 p.m. on the West Coast. So in a half hour, we will see the start of the B1 matchup, followed by...
Pretty good.
Yeah, followed by more C1 action, A1 action, and then some more B1 action. So a lot more mahjong yet to come. Perhaps in the few minutes that it will take before this game starts, while we await the delay to expire, let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll adjust the names and the standings so that we can take a look at everything when it comes back. And we will be back in about 3 minutes for the start of C1B Table 3, featuring Eric, Ray, Matsuri, and Christopher. See you in a bit. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hopping back into the C1 Pool B, Table 3, we've got some really interesting players here in the standings. Ray in 6th place, Matsuri in 9th. Both of those players are positive. Ray really fighting for one of the top 4 places, although we're a little uncertain as to what the end result...
How many places are going to be
Yeah, exactly what's going to happen. Exciting nonetheless. Christopher and Eric in the negatives hoping to have great games here. And we are starting off with Eric in the dealer seat. Hand's a bit of a mess here. Hasn't really gotten anything to come together, as continually drawing upper mon tiles, and has already decided that those aren't going to fit. There is a chance at maybe something as greedy as 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku Peiko Chanta would be a very fun hand if you can pull a couple of 3 pins in, but there's only one 3 pin in the ball.
Even Sanchoku Chanta is pretty good here. If you just cut a 2-1, take a 3, you could tonk down like 9 so for instance and still get that hand. It's not too bad.
In the meantime, we have Toyman that across the way. Matsuri is waiting on the 7 pin for Chitoy. However, 7 pin is uncled up in Ray's hand.
Didn't want to switch to the 2. That's very odd.
2 pin does seem kind of reasonable as a weight. Of course, we have the suited trap on the 7 if we ever choose to take a Ricci.
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking. If you're gonna take this over the 2, why not just Ricci on it, right? Try to bait out with Suji.
I suspect there's some concern about the fact that you can only see one door, and door is easily usable by any of these players. If you do take a Ricci and end up drawing the door, it could be in for a nasty backfire.
Well, now I believe that's Ray on the right. Yeah, that should be Ray's kanji. Ray on the right with 5 so Tenpai. Actually surprisingly good. Still 2 in the wall.
Yeah, no Yaku here, but
odds aren't terrible.
That's okay. We can easily call the Haku if we get there.
I mean, could even be looking at Hote soon enough. Oh. There's a 5 that's pretty usable. Swap the 8 for it.
And last draw is the 3 pin that can come out safely. So we will have Ryukyoku, Ray, and Matsuri both picking up 1,500 points. We will shift into East 2. Ray, our dealer, 9 Mondora, 1 floating in the hand, but it doesn't exactly fit in just yet. Really wants to pair that up. On the right, Matsuri is kind of okay. Yeah, these shapes are pretty average. Lots of diamond shapes. So you're thinking about building towards maybe Tanya if you can get the 6 pin.
I mean, 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku too. We'd love to talk about it, but it's pretty real right now.
Absolutely. Would love to see that come to hand. Across the way, Christopher is working towards Honitsu.
Yeah, working.
Drop the door 9 mon on the first discard, so just keeps drawing these, floating honors. One of each honor tile, and not a single one paired up. On the left hand, looks like it could be Pei here.
Sanshoku Pei?
Something I've noticed
the only route towards value
from these first couple of, hands. I'm not sure if I've actually seen Eric play that much before, but holding these honor tiles very aggressively instead of some of these floating middle tiles like this 5 so is typically very strong, because you can think of it as a 4-5 and a 5-6 shape in your Sozu instead of just a 4-5-6 shape with an extra 5. And if you think about it, the first way you've got opportunity to draw 2 sequences instead of just this 1. Now we do have a Tenpai, but it's not a Tenpai with a Yaku. And Ray recognizes this and gets rid of this 4 mon, because if you do chi the 1 mon, you cannot then follow that up by discarding the 4 mon. There's no swap calling.
Yep. No Kuikai, if I have that term
That's right.
correct.
So just gets rid of it ahead of time. Now we do see a Ricci from Matsuri. This is pretty monster hand, and 6 pin drawn, but Dylan dodged.
And I mean, it's Sanshoku is real good.
Yeah, it's the alternate route. The original plan was holding onto the Pei here, but this way you can still win without having to deal that dangerous 6 pin. If 5 pin was slightly safer. Oh wow, just sumo. And we'll get the Haku only. No Sanchoku there, but picks up the Riichi stick and will tie for first place.
Yeah, and I mean, even just avoiding dealing in there is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, because that was a pretty monster hand from Matsuri.
Yeah, going down that early would not be good. Setting the tone for the second game. Or is it the second or the third? I feel like this might be the third game. Not 100% sure, but Matsuri offered the pawn, not going to take it on the 2-so. Didn't want to greed any of the Yakuhais, especially with this floating Dora 9-so. It's a bit tough to justify taking that early. It's very aggressive and committal. And Christopher on the right is building up this Honitsu quite nicely in the Dora suit too. That is going to be very, very threatening. It's pretty telegraphed. I'd imagine players are probably already catching on, although with that early Haku, it seems a little bit weird. But you never know. Eric across, building up the hand, pretty standard. Floating Dora is going to be a bit tough. Interested to see how he's going to play that. On the left, not much going on. Ray's looking for your standard, good old reach pinfu. If you get Sanshoku somehow in 6, 7, 8, you're thanking the Lord and taking it and going on your merry way.
Yeah, this force Mondraw is actually pretty awkward, but it is Ishanten, so I guess we'll take it. And you actually have no problem just calling this down for Tanya because the hand that Christopher is putting together looks really scary.
Yeah.
Honitsu with the door suit with the Yakuhai already is almost certainly going to be a Mangan, if not more.
Yeah, practically guaranteed Mangan, and
this
there is
plenty
of on opportunities. Yeah, it's pretty good. 369. You do have Ipeko options on 9 mon too.
Oh! Hakame Ipeko.
Let's go. Mr. Ura, don't need it. The DC Club are a group of very fair mahjong playing individuals and do not rely on things like E-Pots and Ura. Well, forget Ray's E-Pots last turn. That was extra. That was a bonus, Yaku. 4 still would have done it. Or no, it would have been Pipu, so I guess that did give like 2,800 points. Forget that though.
Alright, DC Club gets E-Pots, not Ura.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes you draw it first turn. That one's, can't control that one.
Interesting hand here for dealer.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got these Yakuhai pairs, or honor pairs, but they're not Yakuhai. And so this could just be Chichoi.
I was going to say, I kind of like dropping 6B here and opting for a Honitsu route.
Yeah, that's a fair...
get an excuse to drop 7-7.
Like, if you draw 6-so, what do you do?
Well, without East out, I'd probably reach on the East, but now with 2 East out, I might just drop 7-7.
Yeah, with 2 Easts, you might
even
cut
cheat at 6. Yeah.
A really interesting hand. I'm not exactly sure the best way to play this. And it looks like Christopher's just saying, I'm going to hold where I am right now and see what happens. The tiles will tell me which direction to take.
Yeah, now you really want to stay close too. You want to reach and take advantage of this double Ura indicator. So now this is a very different decision. Now Chitoi actually looks pretty reasonable.
The really awkward thing with
I would have liked the Honitsu shift.
That con is now 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku is not possible.
Yeah, huh.
But there is still technically 2, 3, 4. So
that is very true.
Ooh, Riichi. Oh, but it's
on a West 9, tricky, but West is Mochi, and ooh, if you're gonna push, that's a pretty good tile to do it. Ooh.
Yeah, 9 mon is dead, so it's only waiting on the much West. Of course, you can't know it. It feels like the West should reasonably come out, and there's still a decent chance that
should be somewhere in the wall.
Yeah, it's either in the wall or that even if you are much, it comes out in defense. Because, like, honestly, why would the North player be waiting on the West?
Ooh, Eric's got a conk for anybody willing to push into this. Yeah, now Tenpai weighing options on what to take and is going to take the Dora Genbutsu Shabo with 4-so. And, whew, someone does not want to drop into that.
Yeah, this is Honitodora 2 already.
That's Mongon, guaranteed, locked and loaded.
How good is the weight? There's 1 4-so and 1 9-so on the wall.
Could take 3-so here, and it is going to opt to do it. Seems fair enough.
It is Genbutsu, only 2 tiles of that weight live as well. But maybe more likely to come out than Adora?
Yeah. Shunpai 4-so doesn't look the best, and Dora definitely, even the last one probably isn't getting dropped here. 3 looks okay though.
No.
Oh, should have greeted.
Yeah, now it almost looks like you're folding though.
That's true. That's beneficial in and of itself. Oh, until that Formon comes out. That Formon does not look good. Although I guess it was 1 chance 3, so it's not the worst.
1
thing in
chance
the
half
world.
CG. Oh, it's all the
Wait on the
punishes.
2. Wait on the 2. The hero 2-so. Yes. There's still 1 in the wall. Still 1 in there.
Are you debating whether or not to go for a Toy Toy with a 4-pin 3-pin cut? And there it is!
Oh, that's what I said! The hero 2-so!
It took a long time to get there, but it was so good when we did.
Eric style points for getting 5 on instead of 4. Getting that extra Dora worked in.
Wow. Missed Tempai on both, like there was exactly 1 4 so and 1 9 on the wall. Drew both of them.
What kind of Looney Tunes match are we playing? How do we already have another con out? What is happening? Why are there so many pairs in this hand? I guess there's only 3, that's not too bad. Christopher opening up really quickly on that that pawn of the 1-so too, with pretty decent shape. I kind of would have liked it to just be held for a bit. Try to play this close, especially with 2 indicators.
Although honestly, with the way things have been going, I don't think you want players to be building hands while
You
Richi's
don't
going
want
on.
players, yeah. You want to keep people down. You want to say, okay, if we're playing zany mahjong, I'm getting us out of here.
Right, because
I'm switching the flow up.
There were 4 Dora, now there's 8 Dora, and you still have none of them, which means everyone else has them.
Somebody's got them. 4s.
It doesn't want this Tempai though. That's a little odd. Although the Formon cut was a little odd in the first place. I think Christopher's really strongly hedging Chanta. I don't. That doesn't make sense with the 7 on pair. I don't quite understand.
Maybe he's just not really wanting the floaters when he keeps the shape. Maybe wanting to Tonki on the north too. Get like North Shabo and aim for an extra Han.
Here we go, Richi Sananko for Ray. This is exactly the hand. I mean, give this a Suanko chance. Maybe we should Dama that? No, not the Richi's fine. We'll take this. Richi Sananko with lots of good chances, but misses all of them because, as you stated before.
That's true. We are gentle Mahjong gamers. Also, very importantly, news from Head Edwin. Thank you very much for this hot new information, Edwin. Ray actually has a game that was double counted on the Excel sheet. So Ray is not at plus 162. Ray actually must have had a 4th double counted because Ray is at plus 201 right now.
Ooh.
So Ray is actually kind of gunning for first. Let's go. Full bias. Gotta represent, you know. you gotta go for your own club. Ray too, with a very tragic loss of promotion last season too. I think was minus 0.9 at the end of the season where positive promoted.
Yeah, so looking strong for promotion this season, and with the way this game is going, looking to even maybe take over first place. If she's at 201 right now, would be over Terra, I believe. Oh, very close. I think it would actually just be second place by a couple thousand. But hey, this still South too. It's Ray's dealership. Plenty of time to pick up a few thousand more points.
Although this is going to be a tough hand to do it. If I've taught Ray anything, it's to never trust when you get Chi Toy's dealer. So I can't imagine she's going to look for that 6. Yep. Hey, That's my girl. There it is.
There
Trust
was,
the shape pills.
but you could still hold the 6 pin and go for Sancho Doko. Did you say not to go for Doko
Uh,
as dealer too?
we just don't believe in that.
Okay.
It's basically, I mean, listen, Akagi said it best. It's almost as rare as a Yakuman. So you don't really expect that one. Sometimes Ray honestly might have even forgotten about it, which is fine.
Well,
Because
Ray's
especially Doko here feels
Ishan
rough.
10 for Reach Pin Fudora, but on the left,
Yep.
Eric is Tempai on the Sanzo.
Jeez. The only thing that takes down DC Club this efficiently is Sanso Cultist for some reason. As much as I hate to say it. A true combo. There's still 3 in the wall too. Ugh. Matsuri on the right could very well end up on the Sanso Kanchan as well for the final weight. Looking for 6-8 to get Tenpai on that same exact weight.
Yeah, if that's the case, ooh, this is a tough decision. Which Diancon to keep? Probably keep the Dora and drop the Tuso. Oh
Yeah,
no, sets
honestly,
up the safety
Tuso
trap.
feels fine.
Don't.
Ooh, but it comes out, gets proven Genbutsu, and Eric gets plus 1k.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for Chris to drop that because there was two Dora in hand. You don't really want to do anything other than win with those 2 Dora. So out comes cheap hand, moves us closer to moves Chris closer to his dealership, but it is Matsuri's turn in South 3 and in 4th place. This needs to be a good one. And you're really sad when you see that Shun pawn on the left. It's making it harder for you to outspeed the rest of the table. And this high pie, not amazing. It's got all the blocks it needs, but you've got a penchant in the upper Pinzu that is a little bit weak. And the floaters are okay, but no Dora. On the right, though, that does have some value with Tanyao. Potential 5, 6, 7 Sancho as well. And Dora acceptance. Across the way, 3 pairs. No Yaku High paired, though. There's 1 Dora. Kind of wait and see hand. Once again, the pattern I've seen is holding these honor tiles and pairing them up, apparently. Hatsu is callable now.
I mean, honestly, the Toy Toy here is not too bad. Shumpai Hatsu, Shumpai Pei.
Yeah.
Yep, Tuso, Tuman.
You pair up a...
Could even go towards Honitsu if you really wanted to. You pair up Sato or Chun.
That is totally viable.
Or not Chun. I missed the Chun pawn. Chun's already pawned. You're not getting Chun.
Yeah, but South is there.
But yeah.
And you could easily just draw more Sozu.
Oh, well. That's tough to pass up. Although I still think I'd pawn Tuso here. Even though it's Dorotanki.
Would you just go so far as to pawn Tuso and drop Forso?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Pawn Tuso, drop 4. If I was playing and I was in A2, I'd probably pawn Tuso and then drop Dora. Because Dora's never getting dropped. And I'm not a sumo gamer, so I would hope to drop 5 and bait out 4, but...
What a sick draw from Chris. Filled the Kanchan in the Pinzu. Has Richi, Pinfui, Peiko, Tanyao, waiting 5-8. But the 5-8's not very good. The only one that has a chance coming out is the 5 mana cross the wing. Eric's hand, and it does.
Oh. That's going to be a big swing.
It will.
Oh my goodness, Ray has a chance to get plus that crispy plus, what is it, 30?
Plus,
no.
Plus 5, extra 5, 20. So plus 20 Uma.
Plus 20 Uma, yeah, that's what it is. There it is. Has to figure out how to get 900 points from Eric.
Yeah, 1,000, 2,000 sumo would do it. 330.
Sure. 330 would do it, that's enough. Although Christopher does have a pretty decent hand right now. So Christopher might just end up going over 30 as well.
But Eric says, this is Honitsu and you can't stop me. That 3-so pwn is,
really aggressive.
That's aggressive.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. I mean, I don't know what type of player Eric is too, so Eric could also be tilt playing.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think this is tilt. This is just full speed ahead. Either I'll get the 3-so.
I'm shoving, yeah, just saying I'm going to shove Honitsu on this hand because I don't have to think, and I've been hitting bad beat after bad beat, and I'm just going to take every call I get and hope I fill.
Yeah, if you do,
because there is a lot to lose here.
If you do
If
have
you
the,
end up before Chris, it's like -6
if you
or
pair up one
-7.
so or two so, then you don't even mind having the 3 so on go.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, that hand
5
probably going to be a
so
little bit
helps.
slow to complete. Is anybody faster? Of course, we
I
have,
mean,
well,
dealers
Tenpai.
Yushantan.
Beach.
Is that? Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
just
that's
got
Tempo.
there.
You're gonna take that.
And the one so looks so good.
Once it's a Pinchabo. Yeah.
It is just Richie Nomi.
But hey, Homba's Homba, and I mean this will get Chris over 30k. That's a big deal. A lot more flexibility in how you play the hands.
For Matsuri, you really want to keep Chris below. I wonder if we'll see a fight here. It is Ishantan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I would fight with this hand if I was Matsuri, because if Chris sumos, odds are Eric falls below 30 anyway.
That's a good point. There will be another round afterwards.
Exactly. You can fight next round. Next round, I might scrap more, but this round, although if the hand starts filling in, then maybe it is right.
Yeah, Ishantan still, but with Pinfuni Peiko chances.
Ooh, good defense, right? Backing up, not trying to push, although the hand shape is really trying to develop it.
Yeah, you can see Ray recognizes that the 4-7 so is pretty bad on this board, not just to the Ricci, but also the Honitsu could want it.
Sumo.
Oh, when Chris gets the sumo, this is going to be big. Reach sumo, lots of foo.
There's that
Or
1,000
no, still
points.
30.
So Eric will drop below 30k. Chris will move over, and now if Ray wants to be the only player above for the extra Uma points, he needs to hit
펑!
Christopher directly or hit a Mangan Sumo.
Even Mangan sumo.
Yeah, because it's dealer, it actually would be
Yeah.
enough. I guess you don't
Your
even need
Mangan
Mangan. You can just get 420.
330? No, yeah, it has to be 420. It can't be 330 because then dealers left it exact.
Yeah, 340, 420, something like that. Should work.
Although Ray might just be trying to wrap this up. Ray's like, I got stuff to do. I'm a busy woman. Trying to get these along. Trying to just keep my first. Don't need to do anything fancy and be the only one over 30k or anything like that.
Yeah, and that, of course, it's ideal to be the only player over 30k, but the most important thing is that you actually end in first, right? You don't need to get too crazy trying to force something that doesn't need to be done. Oh, interesting choice. Do you go headless if you're Chris? I think I would. With all that
I probably
overlap. It says I prefer having Diamond here.
Sanshoku's so strong too. If you can get that hand together, draw like a 1-mon, then like a Sanshoku Pinfu reach is so good. That can actually catch you up to Ray in the blink of an eye. It's a huge deal.
Nice little hand there on the right. That is Tenpai for Chitoi.
Oh, we almost saw Ryan.
Yeah, super close.
Ryan almost came to town. You could have even backed off if you wanted to.
I think cutting 1-mon there is a very exciting play. Would have been fun to see as well.
Yeah, I mean, because Pinfu, I think Reach Pinfu, Ipeiko has more chances in general to be worth more than Chitoi.
And there is 2 door in the
Especially with
hand,
ground
though.
Pico upgrade. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
Notably, Matsuri is shoving this Kokushi and hasn't drawn the deal until, so...
Yeah, Matsuri seems kind of all in. Although, hey, listen. Minor spoilers for Akagi. There's a Suiso moment, and I mean, if you can't get Kokushi, why not just go for Suiso? If they pair, they pair. Take your calls, you know. There's still a Haku left.
Is Daisunken
Still a Hatu. Oh. Well, you know, now that you put it that way, there are a lot of reds in the wall.
Ray still
a lot of reds and a Haku.
pushing what's now Toy Tanya.
Oh.
Christopher holding so many of these tiles.
Yeah, this is actually going to be really bad for Matsuri, because this might even just have Eric end up over 30k as well. And that is Tenpai, but it's going to heal in.
Well, that will be enough to swap back below. No Uda, but Eric gave a Mangan to Chris, won it back. with Honba, and that means that the game will end with Eric in second place. Ray takes the big plus 28.9 first, plus 13.2 for Eric. Christopher takes the negative 11.2, and Matsuri negative 30.9, but is glad at least that one other player was down below 30,000. So didn't take the full minus 20.
The big thing there too is, again, with how like volatile C League, we don't know how promotions are going to work, but sometimes it does happen to where you just need to be positive to promote. I don't think it would be that way this season, especially with 2C leagues, but with where Matsuri is and like it's going to be hard to climb and make this 100-point gap, falling to the negatives might actually be a huge deal because their only chance of promotion right now might be being positive, and they are right on the line now.
All
They got
right.
6 points of buffer.
Well, that means the upcoming game, which will be the final game of their season, is about to start in a few seconds.
Is that going to be the final? I don't know how it's working now that no one's teamoting. I don't know if they are still. I mean, I guess it's safe to assume they're still not going to play a session 6, even though there's no playoffs, but I guess we'll have to wait to hear from Edwin on that.
Yeah, we will. Well, it's more fun to operate under the assumption that this is the last game. So let's do that.
Much more exciting. That means this is actually super big for Ray. Besides the fact that Terra and Eric N still have to. Eric N DFW, excuse me. DFW Eric N are high up. I believe with that game though, Ray is actually in first overall.
Let's see, that was a plus 28.
Oh, so it would have been
very close to where Eric
shy.
N is now, yeah.
Yes, I think Eric N unaffiliated is a little bit lower.
Yeah, so
or is a little bit higher by like 1 point.
That being said,
new info from Edwin. There are no demotions into a C2 league, but there are still playoffs to promote. So that is a very big deal.
Okay.
You're trying to get into one of those playoff positions. And Christopher's coming out swinging.
And that pretty much confirms that this is indeed the final game of this series. So very important for both Ray and Matsuri. And yeah, as you said, Christopher, opening twice. It's going to be Toy Toy, Hatsu, Tenpai now. Oh, do you go Tumon? A little bit of hesitation there.
That's a bit tough. I mean,
okay,
if you like have Aces, and maybe it's Mongon. It's hard to pass up. Or
because you have
no, it wasn't Mongon. It was Hatsu. That's right.
Right, because you have 5,200 anyway.
Yeah.
If it was just 39, maybe you could consider going for Honitsu for Toy Toy
for Mongon, but when you're you have to hit exactly 8-so or pawn 5-so in Tonkian 8, which just doesn't look good. It makes sense to just take the Toy Toy.
Absolutely. So
we're just doing stuff at this point.
Yeah,
we're calling off wins. Yeah, pawn in terminals. We're playing bronze room. Who needs strategy? That hasn't been working out.
It's not like there's no strategy to these calls, though. Of course, Matsuri going for Honitsu with the east, and on the right we have a Chanta / Junchan, and both of these hands are totally justifiable to open for because the Dora is the south, and both hands can incorporate the Dora into a Chanta or a Honitsu. Turns out that
Christopher is looking primed for a Shabo and just that though. Ooh, and Chitoy routes are starting to open up for your dealer.
Yeah, we
for that.
Don't want Chitoy here. You've got too many good shapes, so it's very likely that a pair will come out. Maybe even the 6-0 pair. Because despite the 3-mod being cut once, well now you don't even have to care. You're just gonna keep your diamond shapes, drop one of the pairs, whichever one looks safer. So 3-mon, 3-mon, and just anticipate Richie Dora 3 from dealer. It's gonna be a monster if it gets there. I'm not gonna say if. I'm gonna say when it gets there.
I mean, hey, Ishanten Hell exists for a reason. You could very well just miss both Myeonens, and especially with all these calls, these aggressive hands from Matsuri and Eric, it might just lose out on speed. I was thinking 3-mon looks real good too. That gut feeling of that 3-mon. That's a big hit for Christopher. Could have been in Tenpai now.
Well, not Tempai, but Headless.
No, it would have been in
Oh,
Tenpai
you're
if
saying
there
if you
were
cut a
crackheads and
diamond?
dropped like 3, 4.
Yeah, but you
Yeah, if you
never
cut like
drop
3,
the
4, 4,
diamond,
5.
so.
I mean, listen, if you can read the wall, we've seen players X-ray it before. If you were about that life, you might.
Oh, how greedy are
1
you going? Are you a
Ah,
Saranko fan? No.
Strabo. Not with door 3. Not with door 3 as dealer.
Yeah, but Ricci Saranko Door 3 is Hanema. That's 18,000.
リーチ
Oh, we're gonna see a
That's
chase.
pretty.
Smokey
Chase by
chase.
Ray.
It is Ricci
4-7
Pinfu.
mon. 4-7 looks atrocious in the wall. 2 sevens left. And 1-4. So I guess 3 tiles. It's not the worst in the world.
ツモ
Oh, just Sumo.
Oh! Let's go. Just outdraw your opponent. Easy.
No
And
Ura again.
No Ura.
That's
Don't
a
need him.
Ipatu timing slightly off by 1 tile. That's okay. And that means that going into East 3, Chris still in the lead here, only play over 30k. Early days, 2 Dora for dealer. That's pretty exciting, except that 4-4-6-8-8 shape is very flexible until you can't drop the 8 pin. It becomes less flexible in that instance. And there's a world where Eric might just try to shift this into Tanyao. We'll have to see how the draws come together. And again, valuing these honor tiles very highly. It does make sense in some instances to value the honor tiles when you've got Dora and you want to be able to open the hand, but the rest of the hand isn't really callable. But it's going to be backfired as a result.
Yeah, that's like a tough call too, because again, like not only do you have the Yaku hives, but also there is a route where you just have to play slow and back, and this becomes Chitoi, and then they become super valuable Chitoi outs. But
ooh, that's a nice fill.
Ooh, that's very important. That'll be good. I mean, hey, Shabo 9-so or anything 9-so right now looks pretty good too, with 7-8 dropped in front of you.
Honestly, even with a 1-9 so cut, it still will get dealt against you.
Yeah.
On the right, Ray chugging along with this hand. Looks like to be a Tanyao probably in the future.
Yeah, Tanyao Ryanshanten, I believe. Little clunky, it's headless right now, but a lot of options to make that work.
Across the way, that is Ishanten. He really wants to fill the Ryankan in the Sozu first, so that you can get the nice Samanchan Ricci. With potential Tanyao. No Dora, though. On the left, that will be a Tanyao play. Honestly, 2-pin makes sense here. 7 comes out first, just confirming the head.
I would definitely like to just lock in if I'm going to open this up and go Tanyao. Because if I draw, like, I think another 6 is kind of important to keep floating there. But, like, this 2-pin really doesn't do anything. You're still relying on 4. Eric also kind of building their hand in a way to make it so it's open Tanyao. But with 3 Dora right now, ooh, Ishanten, this is a scary hand. Has to hit exactly 5-pin, I believe, to have a good end weight, but...
Yeah, Eric.
I mean, I guess could even back up to 6-7 if you draw like 5-8 mon and then drop a 2 mon, go back to Shanten for 1-4.
Really locking in on this 5, but we'll accept a 4-pin or 2-mon draw for Tenpai. When Tenpai found on the left, it is on just the 4-pin, and it comes right out.
That array. I mean, cheap though.
Yeah,
you didn't let dealer
points.
get.
And right, if dealer won that hand, this game would be pretty far out of reach. But as is, it's still very close, and Ray is now the dealer. Hypai has all the blocks you need for a completed hand, so looking for Ricci Pinfu. On the right, we've got South pair. East round only, so only single South here. But could open up for a fast hand. And this tight scoreline, you might consider it, especially given the fact that Matsuri's big goal is mostly just to finish with a positive result, finish over 30,000. Across the way, there are 2 pairs and an Anko. No Dora, awkward shapes. It'd be tough to put a hand together for that one. Standard efficient play, though, cutting the honor tiles and seeing what pairs up. This is one of those hands where I might actually hold the honor tiles a little bit longer. Because it doesn't have much else going for it, drawing and pairing up an honor tile for Yakuhai Call would actually significantly improve the speed of the hand. And Eric on the left, Isha Tunnel ready for Riichi Pinfu, Dora 1. Looks very strong.
Yeah, a lot of very scrappy, sneaky hands. And we do see Ray opting to go just the standard Pinfu route. Try and maximize hand value here. Also have a little bit of safety, can Dama later if needed to. Has the double wisp pair to throw. Any danger
It's
happens.
really nice hand progression. Matsuri Ishanten having drawn the Anko of the South, looking to be a pretty reasonably valuable Riichi. And across the way, drew the 3-mon Penchon Fill, so that hand is Ishanten as well with very wide
Anko
shapes.
chance
Anko
on
chance.
5 and 8 mon draw. Very big, that's not gonna help. Right now, everybody is right on the edge. I mean, I think the first person to get Tenpai is probably gonna reach no matter what, too.
Ooh,
Everyone's got the value.
How greedy are you?
Ah.
Yeah, I like this. This is
yeah.
Suanko
Pretty
greed.
good. Suanko, even just you get an Ipeko on 2-1. That's not terrible here.
Ray will find the Tenpai first, so Riichi Pinfu waiting on the 6-9. Oh, there's a 6. Looks pretty bad against the Riichi, so
that looks bad. Yeah.
Unfortunately for Christopher, this might be dealing
Each.
if he gets the Suanko Tenpai. We're going to see a Riichi from Matsuri finally got there, waiting 3-6 Mon. Eric's holding all of those, half of them, I should say. The other two players have the only remaining tiles that are not discarded.
Yeah, it's an interesting case here where Christopher actually has to back down to cheap toy in order to fight with this hand. Oh,
That's just Riichi Pinfu.
Drop 9-4-6, yeah. I
And
may
you know
have
it's just going to be
what's so out there.
2,900 because, you know, no Uda.
Of course.
But your Suanko Ishanten, it is certainly justifiable to fight there, even against two Riichis.
Yeah.
Given Christopher's position in the standings.
That's true, actually. That's a very good point. To try to get
the final
positive, you
game.
really need a big play like that.
Yeah, you might as well just go for it. And so it will be a small win for Ray, who jumps into first place. And reasonable high pie to follow as well. Could be Riichi Pinfu again. No Dora. There's a Dora in the hand on the right. Kind of the backbone of an Itsu in the Pinzu. But does need to fill that Dora indicator. And the 7-pin and the 5-pin. Very awkward shapes to try to fill for that. Could just be Hatsu. Maybe even Honitsu shift in the future. 2 calls, though, across the way for Christopher. Looks like a Tanyao play. Tanyao Dora 2, perhaps, if you end up on Dora Tanki. And on the left, well, that's pairs, 4 of them. But there's a Dora, and we'll now an Anko, so we'll probably just play for Riichi Dora 1. Ishanten for Ray. The 1-4 so is going to be a great final weight if you can end up there. On the right, also Ishanten looking to fill. Well, that kind of helps. You can drop the 6-pin, and now you have more pawn outs. And if you do get one pawn, you could even end up with Toy Toy. But there's the Dora pair. That's huge for Christopher. Tanyao.
Yeah.
Dora 2 or even 3.
Yeah, it has to take that awkward Chabo too because of the free 10 on 4-7 mon, which I think is the right play. I think that is kind of a bad free 10.
Riichi.
Ooh, we'll take the Riichi here. It is just on the con 6 so. Riichi Nomi. But with a couple players open, it's not as bad as you would normally expect. We are going to see a chase, though, and that's kind of bad.
Oh, 5 deals in. That is not cheap either.
Yeah, 3,900. It
is
is cheaper than having a Sonical Sumo, though.
Yeah, that's a good point. You would be paying more in Oyakaburi.
Yeah, at least like equivalent in Oyakaburi, and then if there's any Ura, it's much worse.
Ooh, Matsuri's got a hand with tiles in it right now.
Yeah.
See at the end of row 1 after dropping all this garbage from it. Oh, Matsuri might be thinking about it.
Counting 1, 2, 3,
Nah.
4, 5, 6, 7. One of them's a Dora. And it feels like you kind of have to play normally here. But the East kind of
Yeah.
indicates that might have been a timeout, and I'm a little concerned for the
Yeah.
connection.
It does feel like a weird connection thing, or maybe just really debating on whether to play it or not. If you needed like a big hand to catch up in the standings, or you had a little bit more buffer to plus minus 0, I'd like the Kokushi more, but here, because you're so close, I really think you just need to play standard. You need to play your efficiency, try and just get wins on dealer, build a buffer, end this game positive. Because even a minus, what is that? A 29,300 point game, or a 29,200 point game is going to drop you negative,
Home.
just because of the -5 UMA as well.
Mm.
Now, if you do that, the Saki award is looking great.
Home.
But I guess that kind of depends on where your values lie.
Now we see a couple calls on the right, maybe a play for Toy Toy Tanya. Across the way, that's
Yeah.
an open for Honitsu. Even Chanta is viable here.
Shanta, I mean, could even go towards the Toy if you draw like probably 7p
Yeah.
because 8p is dead.
リーチ
Oh, Ray will take the Ricci.
Ooh.
Ricci Nomi waiting on 1-4 Mon. Oh, that 4 does not
That's pretty
fit.
good. Eric is gonna dodge E-Pots.
Eric was being
Might
very
honestly
greedy.
shove though. Yeah, might shove once it becomes convenient. One more tile draw, like 6 or 9p. I think Eric shoves that form on, even on West Hellwit. Ah, 8 looks pretty bad.
Mm.
Ooh,
Dom.
plays a 4, yeah. I mean, when you see 5-6, I don't think you're expecting 4 to deal in most of the time. It is cheap.
And that means the between second and fourth place, it's very tight. Right now, only Christopher with a big advantage and a great high pie. Does give up on Itsu because these other shapes are pretty reasonable, I suppose. Got everything we're looking for completed hand. Trying for Ricci, Pinfudora 1. On the right, we've got Haku pair. Could be called for 2,000 points because there is a door in hand. And, well, now more pairs being drawn. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you pair up the door, you'd strongly consider Chitoy, but there's the Haku. You don't have to think about it. Across the way, there are more pairs, but this looks like it could just be a Tanyao. So maybe reach Pingfu Tanyao for Ray. If you'd have to cut the 1-2 Penchon and draw one more block in the middle tiles somewhere. That's definitely doable. Yeah. And for Matsuda on the left, we've got another hedge towards Tanya, but Richie Pinfu is most likely there as well.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, interesting draw for Eric, oncoing that 9p. It's gonna work it in and make the hand a little bit quicker. At 8's gonna be more than welcome too. Now you have pawn options on the last 9 and 7 so if it comes out.
Shunten for Eric.
Chris could take this, but it's a little awkward. Although you do have 2 Dora, so that is pretty good.
Yeah, I think definitely a little awkward.
Yeah.
But I'm not opposed to seeing Chi there.
I mean, she dropped 2, so I guess it doesn't really improve your shape, but it makes a lot of shapes less awkward, especially once you commit to going open and just pretty much taking any call.
Not convinced that you could afford to drop the 2-so there, because you probably are trying to force these Dora and gonna cut the 8-mon, and then you're lacking a shape, so you might like Chi3 and have the 5-so as a floater.
Well, that's what I was saying. You, if you chi that 5 there, you chi 5, 6, 7, drop 2-so, and then you have that 4, 5 Ryanman. And then yeah, you pawn 3p or 4
I see. Yeah.
But ooh, opts to drop Dora in an effort to maybe hope for a reach Pinfu.
We are getting
Dora
very
1.
late.
But yeah, time's running out. And that is going to be Ishanten. No, Tenpai technically for Ray, but Ray also went off Sanchoku. Depending on whether to keep it, is going to opt to not play Dora Acceptance and just take the Tenpai on CG Trap 3-so. Ooh. And Matsuri
Boom.
is scrapping on 2-5 on, or 2-5 pin, which actually is pretty bad right now. Only 2 5s.
It actually
Oh,
looks
and that
pretty
3's gotta
decent
come out.
from Matsuri's perspective, but there's the 3.
Done.
Yeah.
It will deal into Ichinomi. Yep, because again, yeah.
Yeah.
Is this really the
Like I
BC
said,
curse?
I
I thought that was
promise
my
you.
club's curse.
No. That's our thing. That's certain members in our club. I think what happens is we all collectively pull together every week, and all the Ura goes towards one person. We just don't get a say on who it is.
I
And
see.
unfortunately for this week, I think it was Dustin who did absurd things like double Reachy and hitting Ura on my Oyakaburi,
That
which
hand,
I think was the difference between me getting a negative score and a positive score that game. So it was quite tough. Or between getting first and second. It was a bit brutal.
yeah. I was thinking there might be a little bit of like when you learn mahjong, you choose your class, and every class has its benefits and its downsides. And unfortunately, some people just choose the one that doesn't hit any Uda.
That is the skillful one. That's like you don't get this broken ability that just bails you out of free, so you're molded by it. You start in the flames.
But very interesting hand for Ray right now with Adora and double South Anko. Be very exciting to see that hand come together.
Yeah.
But Dealer as
Matsuri.
well, pushing towards Onitsu. It feels like that's like the go-to play for Eric.
Yeah. Eric's really liking that, and I'm not a huge fan. I will say I have played, or I haven't. Have I played? I think I played Eric once at a Virginia Tech tourney.
Ooh.
Would have been a year and a half ago now, I believe. Right
Yeah.
around when I started Mahjong. Had no idea what was going on. Eric did win that.
Oh, awesome.
But I will say Virginia Tech are extreme pawn cats. If the button is there, they will shove it. And they will only take reach if it's within the first 3 turns, and they have not been able to take literally any open call. So maybe Eric was molded a bit by that experience. Or just decided, you know what, let's force a Honitsu, let's try to get some points.
Yeah,
50-50.
because again, Eric, just standings wise, needs a lot of points, and when you're in the final game of the season, you need a lot of points. You might as well play for them.
Yeah.
Ray opening up for Tempai. This is double South Dora 1 on the 2-5. So only what 2 tiles left in the wall. Both of them being 2.
It's not quite as good as you'd want it to be. But there is some upgrades like 7-so. Yeah, like 7-so. Or that floating 2-so that Eric's gonna throw. Make that easy run.
All right, bonus foo for having the Anko and the Foo full Puln. So this will be 5,200, and Ray will move over to 3,000.
If Matsuri gets exactly a 2-Han 30 hands, they'll get the Saki award. They'll go exactly to 0. They'll go to +/-0. Okay.
All right, Matsuri, 2-Han.
Super exciting.
Just 2-Han.
I don't know if they
30.
know. I don't know if they know. It's their first season. They're in C League. They might not know. This is such a huge opportunity. I don't know if anyone's ever been this close before.
I don't think anyone.
It's Dora. Dora Reach would do it, and you just can't sumo or.
No. Pinfu Dama Pinfu Dora.
Dora. Pinfu Dora Ron. Yes.
If you get Pinfu Dama,
that
please
super
Dama.
Good with this. Oh.
It doesn't make any sense to do it, but do it.
No, Saki. Okay, listen. I also don't know on the ruling of if they're exactly +/-0, whether it's like Tenho, where if you're at it, then you still count as positive and you get the Uma, or whether it doesn't count for promotion purposes.
I think, well, the way we do the ruling for Uma is, if you're at 0, it's positive. So not positive. It's essentially don't be be non-negative. Be non-negative. Okay, don't be negative.
So if it's the same for promotion, then it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe you Dama for win rate. And look, all of these shapes are diamond shapes.
Yep. Cut 4-6 spin. I don't even care about anybody.
I haven't looked at any of the other hands. Kami-cha is doing very well though.
Oh yeah, Eric's like really close to
Each.
Tenpai.
He's Tenpai.
Oh
no, that's a Riichi
no,
stick.
number 6 gonna mess that up.
We have to drop the Dora. We have to drop the Dora and have Pinkfu Nomi. 1,000
Oh my
points.
god! Oh my god! Oh wait. Oh my god, yeah,
It's
it
gonna
came
happen.
out. Maybe Matsuri sees it.
Please give it to us. We want to see it. What is this weight even? 3-6. It's not live. It's not live. There's only two tiles in the wall.
2 tiles, 2 threes, but 2 threes are 2 threes. Eric's won on less before. That 4 doesn't help. You need to shove 6B. Okay, 6B's out.
Shun. Christopher's
Okay,
holding.
Christopher's holding that 3. That's 1 out. Okay, 4 becomes. Oh my god, I'm so. Okay, how is 6-3 so doing? 6-3. There's 2 6s. There's 2 3s. Okay, that looks pretty good. 2-5. 2-5 on is looking tough.
Each.
There's 1-5.
Oh, 2 reaches 6. No.
1 2.
Don't.
No.
Oh, so close. And Uratsu.
And Uratsu for punishment. And Christopher.
That gives Ray first place, the only player over 3K.
Hey, you know what? We take those. I'll take those.
Noble sacrifice, Christopher. Oh.
Man.
What a tragedy for Matsuri, who ends up in 4th. Like. So absolutely undeserved. We wanted to see it. The perfect Saki.
Yeah, now minus 1.2 too. So, or is that minus 1.5?
Yeah, Ray will pick up the plus 25 points, and again, as noted before, the score that we'll see is once this updates is not going to be completely accurate. Ray will be higher in the standings than indicated. Will actually be in first place overall after this is said and done, although Tara and both Eric still have games in hand. James as well could catch up in theory. Christopher takes the negative 0.8 second. Eric takes the negative 6.5 third. Matsuri the negative 17.7 fourth. After what ended up being an extremely volatile final hand. That changed everyone's positions.
Oh, man. With the reach sticks too. I hope Christopher really thinks about that.
Matsuri even found the ways, like,
what was taken away?
Han is going to be Pinkfu Dora, it's perfect. Said, nope, there's a Riichi stick. All right, we just dropped down a Han, we're good. And then second Riichi comes in, deals in. Ruins the dreams. That's okay. It was a ton of fun while it lasted. And we have more Mahjong to watch, and so
there's so much more.
We didn't end up getting the final score update, so let me actually look at the list, and so I can read it off. Ray with what?
I think standings in Discord should be accurate.
Right, yeah,
so it looks like Ray is plus 255 right now. So not a huge gap on Tara. Is going to be precisely 18 points, 18.1 points above Tara. And Tara does still theoretically have 4 games to play, I'm assuming. So Ray is definitely not shooing for getting out of C1 in the top spot. But I'd say Ray has definitely clinched at least a playoff spot and most likely a promotion spot. Oh my god, Ross has an 80% call rate.
Incredible.
Or 70% call rate, 80% participation.
Still
That's
incredible.
a fighter right there.
Yeah.
That's honestly like hard to do.
We've seen some high ones. Usually high means like 50%, maybe 60%, 80. Now that's truly impeccable. And well, we do have one more game going on right now. We'll hop into it pretty soon. It's happening in the B1 division. We'll just do a little bit of work to change up some of the information before jumping in. And it looks like it's going to be Patrick, Brian, Sichuan, and Viet.
Viet's in. That's fun. Viet, of course, a Ho-Oh player, very, very good. Has been doing very well, climbing the lower leagues. Brian also, I believe, fell out of B1 last season, I think with Patrick. Or no. They're in B1.
Yeah,
So
Brian's been a pretty
Patrick
steady
and
B1 player.
Brian have been, yeah. And I think Sichuan's been climbing too, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong
No,
about that.
yeah,
I
I
want to say
believe you're right. I
Sichuan's
think
been,
Sichuan just promoted into B1.
yeah.
So we will hop over to that game. And let's swap dealership. It is Sichuan who's the dealer currently. There's a Richie on the left. Brian takes Richie Nomi, waiting 1 for Mon. On the right, there's all the 1 Mons.
And the 4 gets drawn, so now that's 2 out. And because, who is Shiromi? I want to say Shiromi is Sichuan?
Yes.
Yes, because Brian is on the left. Yeah, so Sichuan is probably not going to throw this 4, especially being in this first place position here. It does not want to direct deal in to your opponent on the left.
Yeah, I mean, you want points being in the demotion zone, but Sichuan has a big lead, and so you've got all the points you need. You just don't want to lose your lead.
And I mean, there is a scrap fight right now for the demotion zone for B1. Even Tucker is not a shoe-in to demote right now in the final position of B1. Tucker only needs 50 points, which is super doable in a session, or in 2 sessions even. So like taking a bad negative will be detrimental, but steadily getting positives gives you a very good chance to get out of demotion for the end of the season. So Evan is Tenpai on 3-6 so right now, but it is free 10, and I think it's dead. Yes, dead in the wall as well, but is going to get K10 points. Sichuan just playing defense, almost the whole hand lighting up yellow, trying to defend.
Yeah, it's a really good feeling when you look at the hand, you realize half of your tiles deal in, and you manage to dodge.
Yeah, you go, you know what? I had a good laydown, and I'm okay paying this 3K, which would have been... It's the cheapest way out of the hand. It doesn't feel good, but there was no avoiding it.
All right, we will move to East 4, rather, Viet's dealership. Starts with Onko of the Northwind, has a Dora West in hand, but the shapes are not good. Penchon, a couple floaters. We'll just play maximum efficiency here, hold everything, and hold the Dora. So playing for value and efficiency. Patrick on the right, again, awkward shapes. Those pin tiles look very awkward, and you have so many of these lone honors, except lacking the Dora. 1 Dora across the way in Brian's hand.
Yeah.
Looks like everyone's got pretty slow hands. On the left, that might be the most efficient towards like a Tanya. But I feel like it's going to be, well, unless you get draws like this. This is pretty shiny for Viet. If you draw like, it feels like it's going to end up being Dortanki.
Yeah, I could also see if it's early enough. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if like 3 so is drawn if Viet just decides to drop Dora, Pei, and just go for a Pinfu. Because it depends how likely you think Dora will get dropped, or you can draw Dora.
If you draw 3 so, I think I could just cut 4 or 5 pin.
Think so.
Go for Chanta Dora too.
Oh, that's a good point. I missed Chanta. Yeah, with Chanta, actually, I think you're right. If you draw 3 so, you just drop 4 or 5.
Even if we miss on the Chanta and draw 6 so, we still have Richie Dora too. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But that's specifically if I draw 3 so. Anything else, and I'm probably cutting the Penchant or the...
Yeah. Exactly. It's just like these Dorotanki situations, especially I feel like the higher I go, the harder it is to make it work.
Right, but the thing is, if you Richie Dorotanki and...
you know, it's at least stalling other hands.
Yeah, you're probably either going to do Kyoku or winning the hand. Like, those are your 2 most likely options. Yeah. The only time you really lose is if one player doesn't get the Dora and decides to chase you. Like, doesn't have the Dora but still has enough value to chase you, which is a little tricky to do in Akanashi. And the other is if someone just draws all the other Dora. And that's also pretty rare.
If they get the Anko and you just get obliterated.
Yeah, even if they
And
get
it
a
is what
pair
it
and can
is.
use it as
Each.
a pair. Okay, we're gonna see a Ricci Nomi winning on the Sanzo, which honestly is
Ah,
not
jeez.
that bad.
Nah.
Because look, Brian's got a pair of it, but it's gonna have a really hard time using the pair.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the thing that ends up coming down to it is that it's not coming out. There's only one left in the wall. I think Brian, from what I know, is a very defensive player. From what I remember when I was playing him, taking notes, Brian has to have a lot of value. Like even if Brian had a Mongon right now, Brian might back off to dealer reach
Yeah, particularly
with
because
suspected low value.
yeah, Sozu looks really bad.
Yeah.
So Brian's not completely giving up just yet, but probably will need to see if Orso come out. But now it's Ishantan. And no one else is anywhere close to being able to fight this. So really it's Brian versus Viatir. I think if I would drop the 6-pin, I think. Let's see,
6-pin I think looks alright. 4-pin's Kabe. You see a 9p out.
So it's a little weird.
Oh yeah.
That there was an early 4-pin, and then later the 4-pin was the Ricci tile.
Yeah, so maybe it's no, because it'd never be. You'd never reach 5-7 off that 5-7 Kanchan. The only
Right.
thing would be like Chabo 6, but if you have 2, I think I'd be willing to bet against that. That is just for Tenpai though. I would never shove it without having guaranteed Tenpai afterwards.
Well, this is Tenpai.
Ooh, 3 looks really bad though. Yeah.
And no surprise, Brian says nope.
Yeah, Brian said, I think I'll pass that.
And not even pushing like the 1 chance 8 or the 1 chance 6.
No, yeah, that's what I've been saying. Brian does not mess around when they're folding. They will just hop out straight up.
Yeah, he's
Brian doesn't
very
like
good
to
at
play
defending.
for doesn't like to play for Ryukoku. Doesn't like to take unnecessary risky stuff. Just when it's time to fold, Brian's out.
And has done very well for himself with this style. Currently 3rd place overall in B1 with Viet right
doing
behind.
really well. Oh my jeez, I'm gonna have to play Viet next season in A2. Ugh. I didn't realize the kids were climbing up that high already, man. Thought I still had some time. Got Viet, Kevin's coming up soon.
Yeah,
Who is it? Barry is coming up with Kevin, I think.
There's a lot of scary players that are moving up the ladder.
Yeah.
Patrick, not a bad high pie as dealer. Ability to call it down for Tanadora 1. On the right. So tiles are okay. Too many pairs. It's a little bit of an issue here unless you're planning to do Chitoy. I don't know if is Brian a Chitoy hater?
I don't think Brian is a Shitoy hater, but again, like I said, Brian almost seems like he looks for excuses to fold sometimes. And Brian I don't think I've ever seen Brian Moashi at all. There is no, like, I'll maybe check this, like, this technically isn't safe, but it's very unlikely, and I have this route to winning the hand. Brian is, I'm either going to shove it all the way, or I'm backing out. And especially when Brian is not dealer, Brian likes to back away. Even as dealer, sometimes Brian will just back away with no value, or with like 3k value.
Tormund's hand is progressing slowly towards a Tanya, maybe 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku. And on the left, that looks like a lot of otter tiles, but no clear ending picture. Pon? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Via, that is off-wind, because Via is still the dealer.
Oh, you're right, I have accidentally...
But, yeah, I thought it switched to, and then I was like, wait a second, something's off. But yeah, I mean, you have the Haku Atazuke. Oh, we switched, and now someone's senpai. Oh, 2-5 Dama.
Yeah, Patrick actually reached.
Good Dama. Oh, that is a reach. There you go. Yeah.
Ricci Tanyo, if you're going to drop the door like that, you're a Tenpai anyway, so you might as well reach for value. Because remember, it's Sumo Ura, it's a Mongan. Sumo Ura-san, that's a Hane.
Oh, yeah, just Uraban. Simple as that. Just hit 3. 2P is not gonna fit, but again, Brian likes to back away, so I don't think that push is happening. Now, Via absolutely will push this as dealer, especially only having to drop 1, so.
ドン
Okay, senpai. It's just reaching Tanya Uda 452, but that's notable in the
Pretty
sense
good.
that Patrick, with all the Ricci sticks, remember there were 4 of them.
4 Ricci sticks,
got
4
over.
Hombo too, so ton of points on the board there.
Oh, I guess then maybe not 4 Ricci sticks, then like 2
or 4
3?
Homba. I think 3 with Patrick's just there. I think there were
Okay.
2 before that.
Yeah, and so that explains, you know, you said Brian doesn't push unless he's got the value. With all the value sitting in the middle of the table, maybe that's justification to make that play. In the end, that exchanges places basically. Patrick now in second place over 30K as dealer in South 1. Brian in third.
Mm-hmm.
Still lots of game yet to go. None of these positions are clearly determined just yet.
Yeah.
Patrick will open up here for South, potentially door 1. Potentially South only, though. On the right, Brian looking for a Ricci Tanyao, perhaps. Across the way. Sichuan, 2 completed shapes already is pretty speedy. There's a Dora in that hand as well, so looking for a Ricci Dora. Maybe even Dora pair, because that is currently lacking ahead. Yet on the left, wouldn't be surprised to see a pass on the Hatsu here. Oh, pawns it. Okay. Are we going to do Dora Tonki?
I mean, there is a Dora there, so yeah, you could Dora Tonki. You have options, I think. Even again, just trying to get Patty off dealership to make sure he doesn't run away too far, and it's not just a battle for 3rd versus 4th. I think is important here.
That is an open hand, so at least matching speed. There is the pair of Dora for Sichuan.
Ooh, that's gonna be big.
He's just got the 3-so right now.
Yeah, probably that, right?
Oh, wow, cuts the con shot and actually going back a Shanten to try to play this 3-so. It makes sense to hold the floating 6-mon, but if you draw... Oh, second chance. Let's go. If you do draw the 3rd Dora, then that shape's going to be amazing, but you'd have to draw the 3rd Dora.
Exactly that. I mean, I guess you could also draw like 2-so or 5-so and then try to split it into 2 as well. Drop like a 1-pin or 1-so later if you need to, or even just 4-pin.
And even it here dropping the 7-9 shape. Nobody wants the 8-so, the poor 8-so.
Yeah.
2 in the wall. Okay, here's a good draw. That does give some reason for that 3-so to be in that hand. Now you are Ishanten looking for 2 5-so, 3 6-so, ideally. Be able to use both Dora.
Ooh. Patty is now free to 1 4-so Tempai.
Yeah, the 3D10 almost doesn't matter because no one's going to drop a Dora. And there's only one Dora in the wall.
Yeah, that too.
Then on the right for Brian.
Brian's got a hand. I guess technically Ishanten. Yeah.
Ideally, you draw the 5-pin. And there are some 5-pin in the wall.
Mm-hmm. There's 2, I believe. Yeah, 2.
I think you don't even mind taking a Kanchan Ricci.
Mm-hmm. It is getting kind of late though, and you do just have like Tanya reach for a 240, so you might just opt to Dama, this far in.
Speaking of
especially
Dama,
when dealer's so open.
So this one takes the Dama Tonki. That's just on the 4-so.
Yeah, it's hard to reach. It's hard to justify.
I mean, you can Ricci with using the Dora, waiting 2, 4, 5 pin. But then you'd have to drop the Dora.
Interesting, yeah. That late against dealer opened up that much? No. It is not Kasuji now, though. Doesn't look quite as bad. But you also only have 2 Dora, so you could be dealing into Shaba there, which you do not want to do. under any circumstance.
Slight improvement. For
You might
7.
drop 1 so?
Oh, it's 50-10 there. So yeah, 3 makes sense. Go for the 2-5 instead. The non-50-10 weight. Oh,
相撲
there's a sumo. Patrick ends up pulling in the last
Oh,
Dora.
wow. It's big. Good points.
And draws a little bit closer to first place here. This high pie looks pretty great. East is the Dora. None in hand. 3, 4, 5 Sanchoku is viable here. On the right there is a Dora for Brian. Diamond shapes abound. So you could go
Boom.
for Dora Tonki, maybe Pinfu Dora Tonki. Sorry, Pinfu Dora pair. If you manage to grab an East before drawing to Tepai. Across the way, these shapes are okay. A lot of the upper shapes, so you might be thinking about 7, 8, 9 Sanchoku as your route to value. And left again, another early open on the Hatsu, looking for probably Dora. Everyone wants the Dora. Not surprising. Usually that's how the game of Mahjong ends up going. A little trickier when the Dora is an honor tile, though.
Yeah, off-wind Dora makes it a bit harder. Although everyone's kind of building around being able to get it. Brian's setting up for like a Tonki right now. Sichuan has a couple options like Itsu in order to try to play a Dora, maybe even like a Sanchoku for a Tonki, and then obviously Viet's got the Yakuai.
Yeah.
Patrick honestly is getting kind of close to a Sanchoku to mix it into around the 3, 4, 5 range. Ooh. But Viet's getting fed. Yeah, I was gonna say I kind of like 4, 6 there. Just dump that. If you're gonna end up on a Tonki, might as well be Dora. Get some points off right now. Try and catch up. Patrick's got knee Pico draw now.
Just thoughts in the Tanya.
My gut says that I want to just throw 3-mon there.
Yeah, but
I
see,
think
now
because of
you got
that
the
specific
Sanchoku.
drop. Yeah, but oh yeah. Well, you still would have had it in 4, 5, 6 if you didn't do that, because you would have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you draw 6 pin.
Ooh, this isn't the tempo you're looking
Whereas
for.
now you have this tempai
I don't
that's
even
just
think
a
you
bull
can
about a
get it.
broken dream.
Oh, I don't.
I don't like
want
the
it.
reach
I don't
for
want
sure. On my Dama this, I don't like the reach at all. So much value lost.
It is dealer Ricci, Tanyao. So there's certainly some value here.
Reach Tanya, know me.
Yeah, this is where you make your decision, you hit the button, and then you look at your draws afterwards and you're like, did I make a mistake? 7 so is maybe leaning towards that, but it's Samachan, but it's 50-10, so depending on how you look at it.
Oh, you would have to draw 6, 9 to get the Sanchoku still too, which isn't. Or no, you would be on 2, 5, 8. Yeah, I think I like doing that because I mean, you know what they say, Ryanmin reach and Sanmenchan for 10 are the exact same win rate, or the exact same sumo rate, I believe.
If it
Odds
does
are somewhat similar.
End up calling it down for an East Tonki, so this one draws the East and says, nope, not drawing, discarding that. In fact, I might choose to wait on this myself. Yeah, even had Tempai there. And declined it.
Yeah.
Actually, I dropped away from Tempai.
Yeah, Brian's backed out. Brian goes, there's no way I get to this Tonki. I am out of this hand. Get me out of here.
At this point, it might as well have auto discard on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can imagine
you wouldn't
it
even want
draws
con.
anything that you'd throw east.
Like if you draw your con tile, you're like, thanks, a safe tile.
Yeah, right. It's still an east on the wall. Oh, but Sichuan's not going to drop it.
And Ryukyoku it is. 1500 goes to Viet and Patrick, although Patrick does leave a reach stick in the middle. 2 Homba now. And inching closer and closer to that first place mark. Another high pie that is very reasonable. moving towards a Pinfu type hand with a Dora. On the right, there is another Dora. Maybe that turns into Tanya in the future. Oh, great 5 fill. Now you can think about something like 4, 5, 6 Sanjaku. Across the way, there aren't amazing shapes. It's not a great plan for Tanya. Not super great Sanjaku plan because you already have the 3, 4, 5 instead of the 4, 5, 6. So aiming for reaching most likely, hoping to incorporate a Dora. On the left, another hand that will be staying closed, most likely. I wonder if what draws move you towards Chinitsu. Probably nothing after drawing this 2-so.
Yeah, it's hard to justify. Like, I think the only way that happens is if you naturally build towards like an Itsu, and then you happen to have like a good in between floater draws, and so you get convinced, okay, I'll drop the 6. Okay, I'll drop 1-1. Okay, you know what? I'll just kill the Kanchan. If that happens like 5 turns in a row, but the chances are so low, I can't imagine. And yeah, now I think they're pretty much killed off.
That was a really tough choice for Vit there. Ended up cutting the 5-pin, but really didn't want to. And I'm not sure if the 5-pin does end up being correct, because it does maintain the Shanten, but maybe holding floater and dropping a pair, like the 1-1 pair or the 1-so pair is just as good. I guess only time will tell.
Yeah, I'm not in love with that cut that Patrick just did too. Cut 7-so there. Which, well, okay, I guess you know what? I'll just shut up. I wouldn't be in Senpai right now. Wouldn't be me.
Interesting not taking this Ricci.
I guess
like it'll be really hard to improve this shape. But perhaps I don't know, even the Shabo's not good because the 9-so's
no, the
already
Shabo,
dead.
yeah, that's why I didn't like the 7-so cut, because the
Maybe
Shabo
wait one turn because he doesn't want anyone to be suspicious of the half Suji.
Yeah, it could be. Shred of Tadashi once. You'd be in such a good tempo right now. You'd be on 1-3-4 mon right now.
Oh, okay. You could also
if you would have kept that 7. Oh yeah, you're right. You could have taken top mensch on here.
It depends on what you cut.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Either way,
So we're gonna see Brian Tempai on 147. Pretty strong.
Yeah. Ricci Pinfu Dora.
Dama 4-7 mon across table too. Oh, and that's gonna deal. And then Sichuan's probably like, you know what? Maybe I should have reached, but I'll take my Dama here, advance the game.
I mean, honestly, Patrick also looking at that saying, I probably should have reached. Would have been a double roll.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, Patrick lost out on a lot of points there. And dealership, so Patrick's starting to cap out.
Yeah, because Sichuan took all of the points there, it means that it's more likely to be a second place finish for Patrick here, but still, positive points is good. And for Brian as dealer, kind of building vertically with an Anko and 2 pairs. A lot of So tiles, but Mon tiles. The problem is that 3 So in hand is the Dora. Pon, Sozu Honitsu for Sichuan is going to be in the Dora suit, so very scary for the rest of the table. Across the way, awkward shapes abound. And there's Dora acceptance for Vit, but it's going to be very difficult to complete this hand. Oh, Dora draw. That certainly helps a little bit. Just going to play efficiently and see what happens. And on the left, we've got a lone Dora. Hold that thought. Here's a Ricci and a Chi.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a battle now. Dealer Ricci Nomi on Shabo 2-mon 9-pin versus a Honitsu that is Ishanten and needs to drop the 6-pin and the 4-pin.
Oh, yeah.
And it doesn't have to be Honitsu anymore. There is the Haku, of course. You could just say, I've got 2,000 points and I'm in first.
It's time to be a good cheat. You wish you would have had that before that 5 came out. I mean, I kind of like 4-pin here. I don't hate that. Because while it doesn't look great, you at least have 2 5s to protect it.
I think you're justified in just throwing the 4-so back, but I don't know what you want to push in terms of the 6 and the 6-pin, 6-mon and the 4-pin.
I think I'm gonna push anything. I'd throw. Actually, I could see 6-mon being okay with 8-4, assuming I don't see the Sumogiri.
Yeah, with the Ricci Tau being the 3, so you're not really expecting the 4 to deal in.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
It could still happen, of course, if say Brian sacrifices a Dora for Pinfu instead, and the bonus win rate, would make a lot of sense to reach down the 3. So not something that you can guarantee.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have the 6, you would have 6, 6, 5, and 3. So then you would probably just reach on the 4 so Kanchan. That'd be a very sensible thing to do from that position.
Actually, Patrick draws into Tempai for Itsu chance if he pushes the 2-pin. And I think this has enough value that I would. It's
9's
scary
pretty
though
good,
because it's a
yeah.
4th place Ricci. And he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, here's the other thing. The race for demotion is so tight right now that, like, again, even just taking a small positive score is huge here because you don't go down at all. But if you, like, slip here and replace 4th place, Patrick is going to be in that scramble of the minus, like, 60 range. And is going to have to try to really fight to not demote.
Wrong.
The Ricci will win enough food to turn it into he does 400 victory for Brian, and that does move him into 3rd place and carries on the dealership. Another reasonably strong high pie. Looks like it could be Tanya, Dora 1 currently. A couple contracts to fill for that. On the right, we've got. I want to turn this into Tanya as well. Maybe Peiko chance, the upper Sozu. And if with some good Kanchan fills, you could find Pinfu. Across the way, that's pretty gorgeous. You might be able to make 2, 3, 4 Sanchoku, but if not, reach
It's a world, but it's hard. Yeah.
I mean, there's a very clear path to it. If you draw the Sanzo, for example, very easy 5-mon cut, and you're just perfect Ishan
That's a good point.
And then on the left, we've got, well, that's Dian Shan 10 with awkward shapes in the Sozu, but it's, you know, if it was Ishan 10, I'd be more worried. Dian Shan 10, you have time to play around.
Yeah. You want to even opt to drop 8-9 here still, and then try to go for like a sneaky Shabo on 3-1. And that does look like the play that Patty's gonna go for.
Even Ipeiko waiting on Suji Trap 2-so is
That's true.
An interesting option. And we could see where all the 2-so are, so it's not going to happen, but...
Yeah, you know, sometimes you gotta go for it.
Yeah, so it's worth considering, worth attempting.
Sichuan wants to play Chito is so bad here. So bad. Can still go to the light. Avoid it.
Ishan 10 for dealer now could be... Could call the 6-so eventually. Wait, Dora Tonki. Dora 2 as dealer is certainly great hand. Dian Shan 10 for Sichuan does move away from the Chitoi. And Viet just draw nothing. Look at that. 6 consecutive useless draws.
Yeah.
It's so sad when you start out, your high pie is strong, and you have the sense that you're ahead of the rest of the table. Yeah. And you just nothing. You get nothing.
Yeah. Man, could have even wanted to go Nagashi, even though it's not in the rule set. No fun Nagashi Armel. That's that early 7P.
It's like a desperation.
He's gonna take that Chido.
Yeah.
Switch the flow. You know how it be. Wall's not treating you well. Pass that off to the player to your right. Oh.
I might hold it as
don't like that.
Though. It's the 3-mon.
That is not Tempai for Patrick. That is different Ishan.
Oh wow. Big draw. Takes the Ricci. Ricci Tanya Dora.
That's so good. Yeah.
This could be 12,000. How good is the 2-5-so in the wall? The only 5-so left is only 2 of those.
2, yeah, it's not great. It's not great, but it's something. I guess you don't really have good Nobetan or good Tonki options either, because you've already dropped like a lot of good off-win honors and stuff in front of you, so you're furry 10 on pretty much everything you'd want. You do have some Montu upgrades. I was gonna say like that. That would have been good to hold, but 2-5 Nobetan looks pretty good to you.
3-mon against this though. It says, I will not let my draw competition with his hand, not when I'm Tempai. And I have the chance to take third place back. Oh, this is not good though. 8 is one chance, and as a defensive measure, just drop it. 2 so is a
Yeah, and I
slight
mean,
upgrade in weight to 3-6, but
yeah, but you have freight 10 problems on 9, and there's still 3 9s you don't see, so I think I agree with that. Shabo would have been nice though. 8 so 2 Mount Shabo would have been pretty good for Viet, but Viet's gonna see that tempo on the 2 so and go, thank God I didn't switch.
oh, Dora. That
That's
might
tough.
nope Patrick right out of this hand.
Yeah, and then yep.
Boom.
Still has a chance for
Oh,
Tempai.
this might deal
7,
in for
7
Viet.
mon.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that's right. That's fair. So now double run opportunity on a tile that no longer exists in the wall. And Viet, you know what, is probably pretty happy with that.
Yeah,
Says I had
that's
a
an
good read,
acceptable result.
kept a good tile. Yeah. I'm still competitive. I didn't lose points. If anything, I gained points because Brian spent a reach stick there, and I can gain that back this turn. Although looking at Viet's hand very briefly, I'm a doubter. I'm gonna be honest.
Notably, with that pull, Viet gave Hote to Sichuan, so he didn't have to draw another
Yes.
tile. He was guaranteed to beat Tempai.
Mhm.
And he didn't give Hote to Brian either, so he didn't lose anything for making that call, and only gained safety because he had the
Yeah.
guaranteed Genbutsu Sem, so at least to the Ricci. If Patrick had gotten Tempai, then that would have actually tilted, but
Yeah.
nice play.
You're at least more scared about dealer. If you deal in the Patrick, is what it is, but
With 1600 in the middle table, that could be enough to build some distance if either Patrick or Viet were to win this hand. Ooh, nice penchant fill. Isham 10. Sorry for Brian. And I imagine he'll just take a Ricci if he gets it, but there's such good opportunity to draw around this middle pin shape and find pin or even eat Peiko. Oh well, here's
Each.
Tempai, so we will see the Ricci. Suji trapped
yeah.
7. Yeah, this time the Ricci
Yeah.
Suji isn't because you had a 4-6-8 shape. It just happened out this way.
It'll be interesting to see if 6 or 3 pin is the next draw. 2 months not bad either. I think there's some argument for dropping the pinch on there. Because you do have decent upgrades from 3, 4, 4, 5 to get like a Pinfu shape on a decent weight, maybe even Ipeko. Like there, now you'd be Tempai on 3, 6 pin.
And the question is, how long are you
Rich
willing to
Pinfu.
wait, right?
Yeah.
Because sometimes it can take a while. In the meantime, if you take an early dealer Ricci, very likely you're going to be able to scare people off. You're going to scare everyone off unless they've got the Doranko.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
But
I
maybe
think it's a
not.
little bit easier to get away with when it's the Honor Dora. On other Doras, I think it's a little bit worse, but on Honor Dora, it definitely does feel pretty strong.
These discards are not helping. They're giving a lot of save tiles to players that
Yeah.
might want to
Sumo.
push, but just Sumo. That's all it takes.
Hey, simple as.
Uda as well. That's massive. Not only the Ricci
Ooh.
stakes in the middle, but 6,000,
Ooh.
2,000 all. And now Brian almost at 30,000, almost in second place. New high pie, much weaker than the last one. Lots of Kanchan Penchon shapes. Will take a long time to improve, but Brian is very standard efficient player, so we'll just work his way towards better shapes. On the right, 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku is possible. Dora's the 1 mon. It's going to be a little bit tricky to use that in this hand, but the hand is lacking a pair. So definitely would love to see that become the Dora 1 mon. But right, that's or across the way, that's a good Kanchan fill. Another hand that really wants to pair up the Dora. And it's actually been cut by Sichuan right now. On the left, that is a Honitsu in the Dora suit. Cannot be anything more than Shosankan. I was looking at the dragons. but Honitsu particularly
Gee.
scary when it could have a couple Dora hidden away. Honitsu usually a very fast route to Mongon, but 2 or 3 Dora in this Hanuman. We do see Chi on the right for Tanya potential Sanchoku. A little bit of risk here with the 7-8 pin shape, but you're really hoping to see a 6 pin from the left. And there it is, the complete set of honor tiles for Patrick.
Yep. Collecting them all, playing Pokemon with the honors there.
Second time we've seen that tonight. Hatsu
Ooh.
pair up. Now that's something.
There you go. I got 2. You'll work that. It's pretty good.
These guys are so slow though.
That's a big fill for Sichuan. Now we're Ishan.
Chooses to back away from the
Not
Foodie
great.
10 Sanchoku chance.
Yeah, it's tough. I think it's a little committal.
I think you can afford to drop the 4 mon and just use the 7 or 8 pin as your pair if you don't get the 6.
Yeah. It's a good point.
Speaking of pairs, how do you feel about Menhong Chitoy?
Oh
yeah, Patrick says this is my hand. Forget
He doesn't even
Honitsu.
have 1 mons. Boo.
Now we
How are
haven't
these even looking? Oh, they're all 1 chance. That's actually pretty good. Or they're all
Each.
dropped ones.
There's a Richidora 1 from Brian waiting on 3 mon, which is surprisingly live in the wall.
Yeah.
Like the Honitsu hand doesn't even have it.
Ooh, 7 looks tough. I think he might start getting rid of some of these honors.
Yeah, and this is where Patrick is very incentivized to discard away from the honor tiles. Justifying
Really
it.
important.
Is saying I can push for this hand while still playing relatively defensively with Chitoy. Chi 10 for Sichuan waiting on that very same 7, so.
Yeah. I mean, if 4 comes out, I'd imagine Patrick will push that 7. Wouldn't surprise me.
And just
even
like
just
that,
do it now.
all the winning tiles for Brian get drawn. So Brian can no longer win this hand.
Mm-hmm. How are Chun and Hatsu still Shonpai?
Yeah, that is pretty incredible.
Wow.
I was expecting it to come out as you were saying that sentence, as typically
Yeah, that's
happens.
usually how it goes.
And
Yeah.
it's still in the wall. 6 tiles.
Okay. What becomes? There's a door out.
Alright,
Oh, there's
Hatsu.
1.
3 walled
And
though. That's
still 3 on
incredible.
the wall. That's tough, yeah. Patrick looking for a safe tile, and Brian picks up plus 3k. So now feeling a little bit better about getting over 30k. For Homba too. This is a marathon of a game. This is actually, is this a? Are we approaching longest game record? Definitely not the record, but we might be approaching number 5. I feel like this has been a good 14 hand game so far, and we're only in South 2.
According to the information I have, the game started 54 minutes ago.
That's pretty long. And this is the second time we've been home before, at least. So, I mean, we're definitely talking at least 14 hands, I think. We're guaranteed a 16 hand game. I think 16 hand gets on the scoreboard. I know the record's like 22, I want to say.
Viet can call here and just shut down the dealership finally, but
Boom.
enough of a gap is separation is opened up that probably doesn't really want to. This is a call for Haku, potentially Sanchoku.
Mm-hmm.
With what? 2200 in the middle of the table, so
Yeah, it's not bad.
32 or 42.
32, 42, both not terrible.
Here's an interesting question. If it were to draw Dora 2 pin, would you cut the 5?
Hmm.
Dong.
You know, no, I think I would just keep that shit. I think I'd value that because I think this is more of a what do I value more? Getting off dealer off seat and getting the points in the middle, or playing value. And I think there again, I just positional wise, especially being last dealer, I just want to get to that last dealership. I want to avoid getting sumo bled even more than I am now.
All right, well, we are finally getting there. Dealership passes to Sichuan, who has Hatsu, Dora 1, kind of call and go type hand. On the right, Ipeko filled. Okay, that is looking to be potentially Richie. Whoa, you can make Tanyo Dora 2 happen. You can make Pinhu Ipeko happen. If you pair up the Dora, just get everything. Easy Mangan or Hanuman. On the right, or across the way, there's Dora Acceptance. Itsu maybe in the Pinzu. Doesn't actually seem that bad given that a couple of the 7 pin are discarded, but you've got the 7 pin already, so you'll probably be able to get an 8 pin.
Chi.
And see on the left, opening up for Tanyao. Yeah, just gonna try to shut this game down with a positive score, and that's all Brian's looking for right now. If you just finish the season with positive scores, we'll be in a good spot.
So yeah, Sichuan plays this. I imagine we're snap calling Hatsu. I'm wondering if they go Atazuke on Tumon, but with pretty much every other Yakuai dead, that may be giving away just a bit too much info. And I guess Sichuan is in the privileged position right now to just pass dealership peacefully. Be pretty fine with any Ryukoku payments they'd have to give out.
Yeah, I mean, if you pick up 1500, that's or if you pick 3K, that's the same as the value pin anyway. If you pick up 1500, that's half the value. It's totally fine. We do have Tempai on the left though, on the 5 pin. Not the best weight. Only one left in the wall, but
It's
pretty easy to
Tempai.
upgrade that.
Yeah, Shaba looks pretty good. I think Eitsu looks pretty strong here. Although I guess as we can see, Eitsu is actually really bad. It's already dead. Here's an interesting idea. Sichuan's still trying to get to Tempai.
Ooh, door draw. Yeet. There's
Shove.
Tempai.
Oh.
Yeet.
Chooses to reach.
On the indicator is going to take it. Reach Hatsu, Dora. It's 340. It's pretty good.
I mean, Brighton is vulnerable right now. It's difficult to fold when you've opened twice and you're going for Tanya.
Yeah, being so close to the door, though, I think it's going to be tough for anybody to convince themselves to drop this tube on. It's twice out, so you might think, well, they wouldn't take a weight that bad, but... Oh, and Viet draws it. Viet is the one player who can absolutely work that in. It's a great draw for Viet.
8 pin seems safe enough.
Yeah, 8 pin's not too bad. 2 early 7s, 1 chance with another 7. Show 'em pie, but I think I just check it.
There might be a consideration of 8 pin's probably in the wall. So, because this is headless, I might just want to hold that as my potential pair.
Yeah, but there's so much going on. I think you're worried. And now this Hatsu looks terrible, but... Yeah, Viet's gonna break away, play Genbutsu 8, and then probably the 7's following up. Patrick doesn't look like they want a piece of it, although they are still Ishan.
I mean, if you draw a door, you'd probably just take it, but...
Yeah, if you draw a door, though. If you don't, you're kind of in a rough patch.
Chi.
Wow, Brian got back on the last 7-pin waiting door Tonki. Pretty 10, of course, and not live in the wall, so cannot win this hand. Tempai for Viet on the Hatsu.
That's something. I mean, hey, everyone besides Patrick has been able to find Tenpai. It's big for the Ryukoku.
Yeah, that's going to be a big swing for Viet here.
Mhm.
Dealership stays right here, as we've seen all game long. But now, Viet is only 100 points out of first. Sorry, not first, third.
Yeah. But still, again, has a dealership. A lot of volatility in that. Although this is going to be looking like a snap call round. Patrick might even opt to call this hand Toy Toy with the Anko 9 and 3-7-9 so paired. Brian can call Yaku High. Sichuan and Dealer C can call Yaku High, and we'll do so.
Yeah, Patrick's considering Chitoy as a possible route for this hand. And needs to try to balance the Chitoy, Toy Toy, and normal hand routes.
Yeah.
Like an 8-so draw would do a lot to change the way you look at the hand. Brian also, able to open here and very willing to do so, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. I'd probably throw 8-so, yep. Hatsu comes out, gotta take it. Too good not to. Sichuan's shape is pretty bad, all things considered. Oh, and that is Ishan 10 for Patrick. And again, still has a pretty good Toy Toy route, although Patrick opts to not take the west there. Doesn't even want to try it. Oh,
So,
yeah, just set on Chitoy.
Patrick is one of those players that loves Chitoy. There are a couple players that can take any hand and turn it into Chitoy, and Patrick's definitely one of those.
Patrick can sit and never promote because Patrick loves Chitoy and loves not getting points or getting 3,200 on a Tonki weight. That's fine. If it were me, God damn it, don't do this.
You try. Oh, Hellweight.
On that Hellweight. Okay, you know what?
Now
okay.
This is really a believer in Pay Tonki, best Tonki.
Pay Tonki. I will say sometimes the Hellweight pays off.
Oh my goodness!
I told
it truly is. Harrison, you're just saying that Chitoy was the best hand ever, right?
God damn it.
Mongon
you know
Sumo.
What? All that for a Mongon. Epot Sumo on a Hellweight, all for a Mongon. That's all I'm going to say. All for a Mongon.
And Mongon is exactly what you're looking for there.
Many other hands, Epot Sumo on a Hellweight for a Hanuman. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I got.
Listen, Patrick is just in the same school of not flipping any Uda. Otherwise, it would have been Hanuman.
That's true. I could shake hands with Patrick on that.
All right, Viet has some work to do, and Sichuan is saying, no, I'm not going to let this happen. Might not have a choice, though. Viet's draws are looking good.
First, I am trying to get out of demotion range. I will not let any nonsense happen.
Yeah, I mean, with that Mongon Sumo, first place is up for grabs. Anyone can take it in this hand. Yeah. And look, Patrick doesn't have a bad one.
Very threatened right now. Ooh, Viet's getting close to Tenpai Ishanten right now. Does have some quick open calls, although the hand value tanks dramatically. But again, Tenpai Senpai might even opt to Dama on this Penchon, because it's not a great way.
Wow, just in time the 7s came out, smashed the Ricci.
Oof.
And now Patrick cannot drop the 7-so anymore.
Yeah, it's very disconnected. Oh, well. Scratch that. Prune it from the record. Now we get a connected 7-so.
3 7s on the wall, and 7-pin is Genbutsu.
Pretty good.
If Sichuan holds this Tenpai, Brian might be forced to drop the 7-pin. Shaw first. Not willing to completely give up on this hand when first it's in sight. Oh, the 7-pin. It's got to come out. And Sichuan will take it. Chundora 1 for 2,000 points. Patrick will retain second place by just a mere 700 points. Sichuan plus 23.2. Patrick plus 6.0. Brian plus 0.3. yeah, it takes the negative 29.5. Unfortunate, really, to be eating the minus 20 Uma, given that he's got 20,000 points. Usually that doesn't happen. But wow, what an intense game. What a long game that was.
Yeah, very long. But man, this is really going to shake up the standings. Sichuan is now in the scrap heap, a little bit ahead of the scrap heap for demotion. Viet is now risking promotion spot after this negative, this minus 30, and then Patrick's putting a play towards positive, although I doubt with how many hiatuses are returning. In the higher leagues, positive is going to promote. I think we're just going to get 5 spots most likely from B1. And then Brian's pretty cemented right now, I think. It's going to take a very tragic session for Brian to fall out of promotion.
Absolutely. Well, we've got more Mahjong to come, but it will be a little bit of a break before the next game. So we will also take a break with the players. When we come back, more from either B1 or A1. See you in a few. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are back into action with a little bit of a shift here, shift of game. We're watching now an A1 match between Kenyon, Kevin, Garrick, and Alfred, and also switch of commentator. Thanks to Harrison for hopping in for so long. We've got Lucas joining us now. How's it going, Lucas?
Hi, doing good. Ready to watch some games here as we jump into our match.
Glad to have you as part of this this game in particular, knowing that you are up near the top of the A1 division. In fact, looks like you are the top of the A1 division.
Yeah, just had a bit of luck in my session earlier today, and yeah, we'll see if I can hold on to that. But yeah, this is definitely a relevant game for me here. Although this is unfortunately for these four players, they are at the bottom of the standings here, fighting to avoid demotion here.
Yeah,
I
this
imagine, rather than fighting for the championship.
A very exciting session for all four of these players for sure. Do you happen to know what happened in the first game of the series?
No, I missed that one actually.
All right, maybe we can look that up. As is, it is Kenyon, our first dealer. Kevin to the right, Garrick across the table, Alfred on the left. Kenyon working. Well, let's put that thought on hold. We've got a Tempai across the way. Garrick.
Yeah, Dama Ipeko door 3. Pretty
okay.
decent one.
Yeah, is there any world where you would Ricci this?
No, I think it's just textbook Ricci here.
Is there any world where you would switch to Chitoy?
I usually take the Champon here. Just because I like waiting on 2 tiles, and it's also like 4 tiles versus a Tonki wait. Well, here comes a Ricci. And oh, okay, well, that was an unfortunate Upatsu draw there.
Yeah, could have chosen
to go for the chase Ricci.
Yeah. Richipat's Pinutanya Ura for the full Mangan. You could choose to discard the 9-pin instead and give up on your Ipeko value. But if that's the case, you have to take the Ricci then because you can't, you have no Yaku otherwise.
Yeah. It was an option. Anyways, decided to go to keep the Ipeko and did end up dealing in here. So, early lead here for Kevin, who now on his dealership does have one of the Dora 8mon and has the Chun pair to try to maybe open the hand up. There is one of the turn. Actually, we already have a Dama Tempai here. This is Dama Pinfu only. Pretty surprised this isn't a Ricci because oh, sorry, it was Ricci. Why did I say I think it was Dama? I didn't notice the sideways tile.
Oh yeah, I think you
Sorry.
probably don't get the sound cues that I'm hearing. It is early Ricci and Pinfu comes out. Ura as well, so Garrick with a fast hand of his own.
If you could swap.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and swap to make sure you get those sound cues.
Instead rather streaming the actual client.
Yeah, this hand looks pretty reasonable as a high buy for the dealer.
Oh, thank you. That is so much better.
Chun Anko already. Dora acceptance. Diamond shapes everywhere. Garrick has to be very pleased with this opener.
Yeah, really nice here. Probably just gonna end up opening the hand. The one call you can maybe think about passing is 3-pin because you really do want that Dora. So I think you can probably pass that call. I think you have to call either Sozu though. Oh well, here we go. Draws another shape into a headless Ishan 10 kind of here.
Yeah, you are just licking your chops here. I mean, draw 6-pin, Ricci on the Haku.
Oh, now your Ishan 10's really nice.
Ooh.
See if anyone can compete here. There's like
Ishan 10 on the right, but you have to drop the Dora for that.
You do, but you do have like the Ipeko there. Oh, and draws into the Tempai and just immediately takes it here. This is a hand I might think about Dama. Just because I really value that 2, 3, 4, 5 for upgrades. But decides just to take the first row Ricci here as dealer, try to put some pressure on the table.
Now there's
the Ricci Chun.
A couple of options even. You could Dama waiting on the 6 saying I've got upgrades in the 1-mon, 3-mon, 4-mon, 8-mon, like tons of upgrades in the Monzu. Or you could even just cut the 7-mon, decline the Tempai and say I can accept the Dora still and still have a good weight. Do you have a preference between those two options?
My preference is to take the Tempai because I'm happy just taking 6-mon Roll for 2000, or if I'd sumo it myself, even get the Shun Sumo for the, I guess that would be enough Fu, so it'd actually be the 3900
Right.
sumo.
Everyone dancing around this. Alfred will probably chase if he draws around this Dora, but so far still lacking that critical 5 or 7 pin. Ooh, well, it could reach on the door itself.
See what the option going to be here is.
Dama.
Got a Dama on the Dora here. No Yaku, unfortunately, but doesn't feel confident going Dora Tonki Chase Ricci, which is fair because the win rate of that, you don't expect it to be quite high at all.
Yeah, it's basically a head-to-head. Your weight versus the dealer weight. And you have 2 drawing pools. Your draws and the dealer's draws.
I wonder if it's worth pushing 4-mon for this Yakulas Tempai.
And now chooses to weight 7. Again, no Yaku here, so...
Yeah.
Even though it's Genbutsu, that doesn't really matter. And there's the Dora. There's still an option if the 6-0 is drawn. Alfred... Oh, there's the 7-2. Punished for not reaching anything.
Yeah, both weights would have won, funnily enough.
We've been talking frequently about a certain Baltimore player who is in agony right now.
I think you can push 3-pin Suji for Tempai there.
Oh, it's Sumo, finally.
It's pretty nice here.
You know, the entirety of... Nearly entirety of the wall to get there, but that's serious
definitely
value.
the advantage of the Ricci there is the 6-mon Sumo is quite a few points. And has a pretty decent high pie as well now. Has the nice door Ryamen. You're missing some shapes, but you do have like the already completed Pinzu block. You have your pair. Over on the right, could maybe end up shifting to a Tanyao. There's also like chances for Pinfu there. Doesn't have a lot of value. There's no Dora. Toyman definitely just probably going to try to for a Ricci. You kind of have the... You could also shift to Tanyao because you do have the 7-pin pair, so you could maybe end up dropping like 1-so, 1-so. And then Kamicha's just looking for that Haku.
Which is still buried in the wall, and of course 2-pin Dora is a draw they're desperately looking for. Oh, nice 2-so fill for Garrick. Dion,
Yeah, now you're thinking about Shanta as well here.
Still holding this 5-mon over the Shonpai Hatsu.
I think that's correct because, yeah, like now you draw 5-so and you're just kind of going to give it up. Then keep the 1-mon around because you can still, if you draw 2 3-mon, go to Shanta Sanshoku.
Yeah, it's not just one extra bit of value. There's a couple opportunities, and wow, nice upgrade.
There you go.
Ishanten
yeah, really nice here.
Reach Pinfu Dora, potential Chanta as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely not calling here. This is I think quite a nice Ishanten. I don't want to throw it away for just a Chanta Dora 1 Otozuke. Probably just gonna Sumogiri. I like it. That 3-pin does nothing for you.
Tempai on the Shabo 5-pin, 7-pin. Kenyon chooses to take it. Just hold the Dama here. 2,600 on a Ron.
And this can also upgrade because you have that same 2, 3, 4, 5 Yon Rinkai shape. So there's a lot of draws into Pinfu here.
Exactly. Oh, Anko draw, and that's Tempai on the Dora. No Ricci here either. And Garrett
here we go. Yeah, I really don't like this. Waiting on this 1-pin Dora indicator is... Yeah, I think too hasty here. And there is one of the upgrades. Imagine we're going to probably see a Ricci here. There it is, taking the... Oh, but 2-pin Sumo for the Dama Haku there. And the stick donation from Kenyon.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kenya, that's kind of been her flow this season, like building good hands and just not being able to, not getting the winning tile or having someone get there first.
Yeah, you feel so good. Like you took the Dama waiting for the upgrade. You drew like the perfect upgrade, like the 6-pin for the 3-sided weight. You
You
get
had your
excited
choice
and
of
then just
Samenchan, the 258, 1 for 7s.
immediate just Dama Tsumo on a Kanchan, of course.
Right, right. With, what probably was one of the few door left. It's like,
Yeah.
oh well. And this puts, East 4, we're approaching the middle of the game. Alfred, our dealer, Hypai is okay. Kind of wants to be Itsu with Dora.
Yeah. See if I can get there.
G.
Like Dora draw would be ideal here.
Continue working towards a pin Honitsu with South Uncle already in hand.
That is pretty nice.
But what's also nice is Toyman's Dora 3.
That is very nice as well. And has good chances to go to a Tanyo as well.
If you draw a 3-pin, you are just Tempai with Entotsue, but very likely to try to shift to Tanyao. And speaking of Tanyao, Garrick is opening up on the left for just a cheap Tanyao to end this hand. Everyone's progressing pretty nicely. Dealer Ishanten now with potential Ipeko in the Sozu. Kind of the problem for Alfred, though, is the 2-5 so not looking very good.
Yeah, that's definitely true here. Oh, well, there you go. So now you probably drop one of 3 or 4 so.
Yeah, like this.
I think you probably want to cut 4 so first. Oh, yeah, I definitely think you wanted that, Ryan Man.
So, in some senses, this is almost like a value play because Ipeko is just an extra Han. But the 6-7 also can accept Dora, which is an extra Han. And just in terms
Right.
of
I also really. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, just in
That's
terms of
that's a bit
efficiency,
unfortunate.
you'd rather have, 2 different types of tiles that you can draw: the 5-8 Mon and the 2-5 So versus the 2-5 So and another 2-5 So. It just
Yeah,
increases
now
the
doesn't
number
even
of draws that give you into Tempai.
keep it now because of the fruity 10, so has to even give up E2 chance. Bit unfortunate how this worked out here.
Boom.
And here comes finally a Tanyo shift now from Toyman.
Oh, saved from
Wow, okay.
having to
Gee.
discard the 2-pin.
This is a potentially spicy hand here. Like Toy Toy, Sananko, Tanyao, Dora 3. It's if I can get there, it's got all the value.
And we're not even talking
Boom.
about the obvious one. Okay, Toy Toy, there it is. Do you take the Entotsuite or do you take the Toy Toy confirmed?
I would just take the Toy Toy. Here we go.
Garrick does draw to Tempai on that 5-pin. Russian Tonki. Oh,
Boom.
Oh no! There! Toy Toy Tanya Dora 3. Oof.
And that'll be 12,000 for Kevin. This is a massive result for Kevin right now. 53,000 points. This is the type of game you need to climb out of the hole here.
Ooh. Nice dealer hand here. You have that nice Manzu shape to find a pair with the 6, 7, 8, 8, 9. It's almost like an Ariamen and a Nobuton sort of built together. And then you have the Nakabakure shape with the 6, 7, 7, 8 so to try to find your final block. And then you have the door ramen as well. So
Yeah, if
quite
I
a
opened,
nice hand here. Okay.
If I opened up to this high
Nishan
pie, I'd be
10.
more than pleased. And then the seven Mon draw is
Yeah,
just
looking around
cherry
the
on top.
table, there's like maybe a Chitoy from Kamicha. There's like 4 pairs. But no one seems as fast as dealer here.
Kevin could try to open up with a Hutsu pair, but the shapes aren't all amazing.
Boom.
Now there is going to be the Hatsu call.
Technically enough shapes in that
Another
hand.
8-mon is kind of interesting.
地
So now it's almost like a weird sort of Aryamen with
Mhm.
5 8-mon. But you have 3 the 8-mon.
Oh, if Tuso leaves the hand, that's opponent to Tempai.
ポン
There we
So
go.
turns out Kevin could match the speed, but the weight isn't very good and the defense is lacking.
Well, that 3-mon is kind of loose in Toyman's hand here. Definitely see that coming out.
Well, even right here, the 7 so as well.
I'm gonna start with the 7 so, but yeah, I don't know how long that 3-mon is for. It really does not fit in that hand. I guess the only reason would be if you're scared of the 3-call hand, but I don't know, Ishan 10, I guess 2-shan 10. Now you're Ishan 10. Oh, okay, he's actually respecting the open hand here. Although I'm not sure how safe 4 so is. I guess they see the 2 so pawn.
It's actually full Kabe with the 2s with the 1 discarded, so yeah,
Yeah.
only deals into the 4-7 side, and the 7 already came out.
Okay.
Kenyon did draw into Tempai on this 2-pin.
Yeah, just trying to find had the sort of choice of Russian tankies.
Right.
The 2-pin and the 7 so. Just trying to find
Could
a
take the
better tanky here.
4-pin here. Chooses against it.
Yeah, it's like it shouldn't be too hard to find a good like final weight here. With well, that works. 6 9 so. There's what, 2 9 so's. There's
1-6.
1 6 so. Gonna take the Dama Pin Fudora 1 here.
カン
Honestly, I
Oh.
might just, well, especially after the Ricci, or the Con, I might just Ricci here.
Yeah,
As
really
dealer, I
does.
think I want to put some pressure on. You got the Dora 1, so it's like Pin Fudora 1 Ricci with chances to hit Ura. Even if
1
there's not many tiles left, yeah, we are gonna see the Ricci here.
And Dora drawn. Oh, Kevin's gotta give this one up.
Yep.
You can work around it though. 2 Mon is Genbutsu, 5 is Nakasuji. And you're very confident that Kenyon took the reach as a result of the con. Oh, do you just push the 4 over
Okay,
Tempai?
well, here's another Tempai if you push 4 Mon.
リ
Okay.
ーチ
It's gonna go for it. Oh,
Garrick
chasing
also-
Ricci now.
5-8 Mon with Ricci Dora 1. Of course, loads of food with the con. Oh, this is not good. This is very not
Another
good. 1
5
pin.
Mon draw.
Wait, Dora talking? That's not.
Oh wow, he
Patsumo!
pot sumo. This could be big here. Where's the Ura?
Nothing.
No,
Couldn't
we're,
find anything. It's still a Mongon though. That's a big result for Garrick. And that's terrible for Kenyon who eats the Oyakaburi.
Man, yeah, I've just had some bad luck with these Riccis so far. Has played them like so nicely too, like
Right?
you know, patiently waiting for like the good weight and then taking the Ricci and just it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, we have the double south already called here. Trying to go for a quick hand here. Could maybe end up becoming a Hanitsu. Well, never mind. We're 6-0 comes out and just gonna snap that up. So at this point, just looking for the double south quick hand.
There's Ishanten on the left. Or we could be getting spicier than
Okay.
Chitoi.
Here we go. Yeah, we're not Chitoi anymore.
We're just saving up all our luck for this hand.
Yeah, this is this could definitely, you know, you cash in all that
Bad flow.
flow you've earned from those
Right.
those unlucky hands.
Oh, it's step by for Garrick. Just gonna shut it down, right? 5 Mon is
Here we
not
go.
very live. Kevin will probably drop the 2 before the 5. 8 Mon has 3 in the wall. Oh,
Sumo.
just sumo.
Never mind.
Garrick shuts it down again.
Poor luck continues. Oof.
And Garrick does have this ability to just steamroll hands. That actually did really well. Not well in that previous hand to win it, but in the one before that to dodge that 3 Mon deal in, like played
That is
very
true,
well
yeah.
around that.
It's difficult to avoid a deal in after calling I think 3 times that hand, but was able to do it.
And now we have an open hand for Kevin on the left. Pay only, well, pay with potential tune as well. Chun buried in the wall somewhere. Just hoping to get this game closer to the conclusion. And
Oh,
wow,
there's a
just
Chun.
draw it. Now if you sumo, you will drop Garrick below 30,000, which will be very important going into all last.
Ooh, nice. Draws been pretty good. I think that's gonna be better than your 7-mon Kanchan.
Yeah, it
Now
does
you
give
can pull
you...
into Ryomen Senpai. You even have Sananko. Oh, sorry, you don't have Sananko chance. Never mind.
Well, we do, but it's far away. You'd have to
Yeah.
give yourself the toy
Toy
chance,
Sananko, I
right?
guess.
And no con there on the Chun. Makes a lot of sense. You already can't see it where any of the two Mandora are, so why give 4 more tiles that you might not even have?
Yeah, I think more than the extra door, the real issue is that it's like 3 potential tiles to fold with against the Dealer Ricci if you decide you want to do that later.
Speaking of Dealer Ricci, Tenpai is found but not taken. Well, taken but not Ricci'd.
Yeah, just taking the Dama here, trying to go for a Tanyo, if possible.
Might even just break
okay,
away,
there we
yeah.
go. You have break Tenpai here, and you have this incredible 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pin, which is just such a beautiful shape here.
We'll take the Yamen weight here. 36
I
versus
imagine
4,
so.
pin 7, so... Oh, it chooses the...
Oh, actually does go for the Shampoo. Interesting.
I don't think it will make a food difference. So just likes having 2 different suits. Oh, wow. Nice drop. That's going to deal in.
Look at this. It's unfortunate. Yeah, there's... I guess the Shampoo really worked out there.
Kevin just knew?
Yeah.
And just as I was about to praise Garrick for the excellent patience, and just built a monster there, ends up dealing it instead.
That's been like this whole game. It's just people like playing these hands really nicely and just not getting rewarded for it at all.
Except for Kevin.
Except for Kevin, yes. Kevin's been cleaning up. That is true. Let's not forget the reason these hands aren't winning is Kevin has just been shutting them all down.
Interesting hand for Alfred. Look, wants to be Ricci Pinfu, but there's a Dora in the hand. Well, now East is twice cut, so no such temptations. It's almost a safe tile at this point.
Right.
On the right, Kenyan also Ishan 10. 5 pin draw would be Ricci Pinfu, but is that even enough for her? I guess.
What about greeting? Yeah, he's gonna greet this Sanshoku here with this 6-0. It's a bit far away, but deciding that it is, first row, so he's gonna greet it over this sort of Dora safe tile.
Across the way, Kevin with Tanya type shapes, and on the left, maybe 1, 2, 3 Sanchuk with thoughts for Garrick. But also just Diachan 10 for Richinomi.
Had a chance to maybe call for a Tanyo, but it's a bit awkward with the 2-3 pin there in hand. And just decided to let it pass.
Now Alfred probably considering Sakigiri. Oh, Ishanten now. Efficient to cut for 7 pin here. Goes with the 7 pin.
Yeah. I guess maybe there's also consideration to 7-mon. Just to maybe try to throw in a Tanyo on like 4 pin, 7 pin draws, but I think the 9-so 7-mon Tenpai draws are probably more valuable.
Yeah, even though there's only 1 9-so and 2 7-mon. Oh,
You figure the last 9-so is probably in the wall though. If you look at like early 8-so from Kamicha, it's just kind of just like a lot of upper Sozu being discarded.
Oh, that's a big draw for Garrick. Just deciding between this 1-1-2 shape and the 2-3-3 shape.
Yeah, gonna opt for the Monzu. Ryomen, let's fix that one.
I almost want to see 6-mon Katagiri there.
Thinking about a K10 call.
G.
He's gonna go for it here.
Yeah, Alfred has to be Tenpai, no matter what. Now just needs to survive till the end.
Mm,
13
Eat.
stars
Fight for
remain.
Kenyon. Here we go. Fortunately, hoping for some Ura here because wasn't able to really get much value, but we'll see. Maybe like an Epot Sumo something could get there. Doesn't.
I wonder if there's any value in just staying Dama and allowing Alfred to get to Gyukyoku.
I think like just the slim chance at like Ura 3 shenanigans. I guess you can't do that, or but
Yeah, 7 pins
all the 7 pins
gone.
out. But
You're
yeah,
not
you can like
too-
Ura
you're not too
2. You
direct.
can. Yeah, and then you know at the end of the day, like just like Epot Sumo, even if it doesn't change a place, could still get you some decent points.
Yeah, Alfred
you
managed to
have to
get there
try.
safely as well, so I guess pay is twice cut. I'm not sure.
Dom.
Oh no.
Oh, double run.
Oh, that's the worst possible result.
Yeah. So we have another round here.
Ended up not being that expensive.
Kenyon loses her Ricci stick, but I don't think she'll be too sad at that. She does get another chance to improve her placement here.
Yeah, that was a net 1600 gain. Actually, I guess she lost ground on Alfred there.
Yeah.
Because Alfred got the Ricci stick, so picked up like 2000 between the two of them.
Ooh. I wonder if she can make a comeback with a possible Honitsu hand. Like, this hand's a Dora draw away, although unfortunately I guess there's only one door left in the wall. But let's see what Kenyon wants to do. Does she want to just go for like a quick hand? But I think I'd be maybe looking to try to get a Honitsu here. Just to try to do something for value.
I mean, she's definitely leaving that as an option here. I mean, Alfred's also going very quickly towards a Tanyao. Across the way, that is Ishantan as well for
Yeah.
Kevin.
Just gonna try to put this one away.
I wonder if Kevin recognized that Alfred was Tenpai and was trying to Sashikomi into Kenyon to end the game.
Yeah, that could be.
Because the pay was
if
relatively
so, it did not
safe.
work out.
Yeah.
Well,
Look,
we do see the Honitsu. We had the perfect draw from Kenyon with the 3-pin.
trying to
Now his hand
Sashikomi
is-
into Kenyon never works. I can tell
Yeah.
from personal experience. I think you were in
A
that
very
game.
risky play. Probably just overflowed on blocks. I decide when to cut, and 2-3-pin is a good choice here. Just to try to
Chi.
maximize your Tanyo chance here. And now we see a Chi, so gonna open up. Kenyon can see one Dora.
Oh,
Um,
2 now.
now 2. That's a bit unfortunate because you were really hoping
Chi.
for that one. You can still like Hellweight Dora Tonki. Without Dora, unfortunately, this hand is still not gonna have value. It's like a shame because it's like when she opened up the hand, she was still thinking like, okay, I can Honitsu Dora 2, right? But it like immediately after the other South came out, and now it's looking tough. Now you kind of wish you kept your hand closed for Menhon chances.
Yeah, you need
But you can't know.
the pay, the last pay, and the last non. That's Tempai for Garrick. Kendama because, or for Kevin rather. Putting on the 7, so.
There we go. Yeah, seems like a reasonable Dama for sure. This definitely times where you want to reach even though you're in first, but I don't think this like Ippei Nomi is a hand you need to reach.
Yeah, if you were to win this hand, as is, what would that be? 50,000 points
Gee.
almost. With plus 20 Uma, so 40 plus 40 for Kevin would be enough to take him to the very border of the demotion zone.
Well, we have another double roll chance. Please, Kenyon, don't draw 7 so.
Considering
Thinking
calling
about
for
Tempai, this is
there,
awkward. Yeah, what are we gonna do? We're just taking Tempai? Or are we still... Oh, yeah, I feel like you almost just have to take Tempai. Yeah. It's kind of too difficult to finish. I guess you can still have Chinitsu as outs. You could...
Dom.
Oh, there's just Forso. Okay, game over.
Not quite. That's a dealer win, so we
Oh,
are
yeah, you're
gonna
right.
stay right
Excuse
here.
me. Yeah.
And honestly, Kenyon's perfectly happy with that result.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, Alfred's no longer the target, it's Garrick.
And there's another perfect first draw here. And here we go with the South Dora.
But this time they're
Although
in the
this
wall.
time
Except
there's
for
the
one
more.
Garrett's
Yeah,
end.
this is 2 versus just the 1. I mean, this could be like, I guess there's like definitely chances at value. There's like Dora, there's the Itsu chance. There's worlds where maybe this turns into Chanta, although that one seems a bit harder to get. You're probably just gonna get Itsu if you do draw that 9-pin. Meanwhile, again, we have an attempt just to end the game here with the Haku call. And the same thing with the Hatsu here.
Dora still missing. It feels like it. Oh wow, nice Anko. It feels like, you know, you keep hammering at the wall, eventually something will give. There it is.
Oh, there it is. It's double South 2, and it still hasn't been discarded.
Yeah, and Garrick
So
is probably thinking about
yeah,
Doritanki here for the value.
but I wonder, like, you know, if you get like Tempai, that Dora might just come out, and then you have a chance to pawn from Kenyon, and you could get the, you know, the 5-Han pawn there.
Garrick is very much playing this to never drop the South, though. So, still winning the wall.
Yeah. And meanwhile, we do just have a Tempai here on the Sean pawn. 2-pin, 6-pin.
One of each left in the
Kenyon?
wall.
Yeah, Kenyon is holding 2 of those.
Super tense for Kenyon.
She's really giving it her best chance.
Tempai. And
Does
Totsu.
that do much?
Each.
Yeah, I guess. Oh yeah, just Ricci. Sorry, that's Tempai. It definitely does something. Well, that's a free 10 draw. Are you gonna push 3-pin into Ipatsu? You could also fold with Monzu.
Terrible. It
and
looks
that is going to be
terrible.
the choice. Yeah, it definitely does. And well, that door is not coming out now. If it might have come out before, I definitely don't think you're pushing Dora into South Seat Ricci.
I wonder, yeah, Alfred's out too. Doesn't want to push the one chance one so. It is Shompai. Garrick.
Here we go.
Oh.
Calling for the try to finagle the way to, I guess, a Dora Tonki or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
comes out.
Oh, that's a huge switch up. So Kenyon wins the big hand that finally doesn't matter. That's a Hanuman.
Almost makes it to 30k as well.
Garrick was trying to get above 30,000 there with the Hatsu Honitsu, which would have been enough to get above 30,000. It would have been Gyaktend into second place and above 30,000.
Yeah, positive second. And instead.
So, yeah. Ooh, that's you know, I can definitely understand pushing Dora there. You have a lot to possibly gain there if it works out. You know, because you get the, rather than, I guess you were at minus, you can go always from -5 to +5, so like +10, and then if top of like the 5,000 points from winning, it was like if it works out, it's like +15.
Right.
Which is you know, that's a lot of possible gain. If you think about, like, you know, pushing with, like, you know, dealer like Mongon or something, it makes sense, right? But yeah, just unfortunate there that the South was the Kenyon's weight. And yeah, so I guess Kenyon saved up all our luck there for that final hand.
And even
really
so,
was
still minus 0.2 isn't the result you're looking for.
Oh yeah, but I mean, after like how you're feeling down the whole game,
yeah, that's
just
absolutely
all those hands
true.
that didn't work out to scrape out a -0.2.
I mean, if it were me, I'd be kind of over the moon, to be honest.
Yeah, like definitely, like she still has plenty of time to. I mean, all these 4 players still have plenty of time to get out of the motion here. So you definitely do not have to feel bad about -0.2.
Yeah, unlike the C1 division that we were watching earlier, where the Session 5 is essentially their last session unless they have playoffs. There will be another session for A1. So after the results of this series, there will be 4 more Hanchan to try to come back. And Kevin will make big steps towards escaping. All these 4 players will stay in roughly the same area, but Kevin now the closest to escaping the demotion zone. After that big +3, 9.4, Kenyon will stay about the same. Alfred drops down a little bit, and Garrick drops down a little bit as well. But still, anyone can get out here.
Yeah, Korak pointing out that that was a 28-point hand from Kenyon. That's almost like Yakuman right there. That is a lot of points and a big impact on her chances to avoid demotion.
Yeah, huge there. And well, it looks like that table is only playing the 2 games. We did end up missing the first one, but I'm going to take a quick little sneak peek here and see if I can't figure out what happened as a result of that first game. It looks like Kevin was the winner in that game as well, plus 26.0. Kenyon took the positive second place with 14.8. Alfred took a negative 9.8 and Garrick negative 33.0. So Kevin, back-to-back first places, really jumping in the series so far.
Yeah, some really nice games there. Doing a lot of work to get out of those bottom 4 spots. And what actually wasn't there was some information on there's gonna be like extra demotion this season. Is that right? So it was like bottom 5. Is that what it's gonna be?
Yeah. So for the A1 division, there was an extra demotion slot, so 6 total. That demotion slot is in question right now. We won't have any information on that until probably the start of the 6th session. I know that the scoreboard that we can see in the broadcast is looks like 5 demotion slots, and if I had to guess, I would lean towards 5, but it's actually there might be 6. So Alex also in the hot seat here. In terms of demotion. But honestly, it's way too early to talk about that because Alex, Joe, Luce, Andre, I mean, even people who have a little bit more of negatives here with Simon Max could all end up dropping there. Look, I'm sitting at plus 45.5 and I don't even feel safe.
Yeah, definitely. It can change like so fast.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can have huge swings. You can have like look at right here, plus 40, just as one game. That's just a huge change on the standings there.
Yeah, so A1 will continue to be tight throughout the remainder of the session. We, of course, I know you and I will be keeping a very, very close eye on the results here, but that will be the last A1 game for the evening. And so we've got more action happening around the league. B1 has just started. I believe that is the last series of the night. So let me switch over to the full screens and try to find that B1 game. Just looking at who's playing at this table. And I recognize Gaohan, Stanley, Eric, and Kaz.
All right, let's see how they're doing here.
In fact, before we hop in, I'm going to go ahead and set up the names because I know it lags if I try to do it while the game's going. Gaohan, Stanley, Eric. There's so many Erics, but I think I know which one. And then Kaz. Very interesting table in playstyle as well as position. I know Eric recently escaped the demotion zone. Stanley's vying for a promotion slot.
All right, looks like we're joining the end of this one here. Already South 3 in a tight game as well.
Looks like we
already
got a Ricci.
Okay, here we go.
And the players are being very cautious with their defense. It's on the 7,
yeah, Ricci
so they're all on the wall.
Yeah, Kanchan Ricci for just Ricci Nomi.
How are all 4 of them in the wall?
Yeah, that is pretty crazy here. Looks like we still maybe, I guess, have Honitsu chances, although it's pretty late to not be Tenpai yet.
There it is.
Oh, there we go.
It was bound to happen, right?
Yep.
Reached
No Ura, but still a nice win there. This is going to be a very close South 4. Yeah, with everyone having a chance at winning.
Kaz, our current dealer, what do you make of these high pie?
For our dealer, probably wants to try to get some speed with Tanya. You have like that 4-6-6-7, which is a little awkward, but you can try to get 2 blocks out of that. You can accept the Dora. There's another like pin for your Tanya. Probably looking to cut the 7-9 mon relatively soon. over on the right. Nice, like, already completed Pinzu shape. It's looking pretty quick. So now you drew the 7-so to accept the Dora draw. Toyman's hand looks pretty bad. Yeah, you kind of just got a lot of bad shapes. Really trying to draw a Dora, but it's a bit of a mess. You do now have a second West. The other thing is like, that's 4th place as well. So it's a bit tough for Stanley to get out of 4th with that hand. I mean, you can call for like West Dora 1, but that doesn't do much other than just get you 2 rank points. And then over on the left, with a nice 6-mon draw here to, I believe that's 2 Shanten for a Tanyao as well, and Door 2. Wow, so that's a really nice hand for Eric.
Eric very likely to open up the hand if at all possible. Now, even choosing to Sakaki to that 5-mon a little bit because it doesn't have very much value in terms of tile acceptance. And
Well, here we're getting some really nice draws into that Sozu shape here with the 4-so, and actually throws the 4-so. I don't love that because you do lose the Ipeko on the 5-so draw.
I guess the alternative is what, confirming a pair in the 4-mon cut?
Yeah, I guess there's
really
not
like
a
that either.
great choice. And there's like 8-so Dora. Maybe it's an okay option. Well, now, I mean, this doesn't make sense because like if you wanted to keep the, I mean, I can see why they wanted to keep the Ryamen pair, but then decide to throw it for a safe tile.
Or maybe they realized in this instance they don't have a pair anymore outside the 3-mon, so they just lock it in for the safe tile. I think I prefer cutting 6-so or just throw 4-mon directly, I guess. Probably slightly.
Yeah, I don't think I'll throw 6-so, but give me 4-so. I don't want to throw 6-so because that loses your like Dora acceptance kind of. I mean, I guess it doesn't. You can still draw and shift over, but you don't. I kind of want to wait on like 5-8-so, I think.
Oh, well, there's the 5.
Okay, well, here we go, 5-so. So this is now going to be Dama, Tanya, Tenpai. Waiting on just 5-pin for Tanya Nomi.
4-mon certainly was
we have the calls for that
really.
Tanya, Door 2, to secure the first place and get some more points on top of it. 5-8-pin wait.
Tenpai on 2-mon Tonki.
3 Tenpais here.
Yeah, Tenpai across the way now.
Wow.
You might just have to smash the Ricci, even though it's on Dora.
He's instead gonna Dama. Yeah, I think you have to Ricci, because you can like Ricci, Tsumo, Dora. If you hit an Ura, that's like a Mongon, and that's so huge for you.
Does Gaohan get switch here?
You could wait.
5-8?
Let's see. Cuts the 2-mon, so those are just 2-5-8, yeah.
Sumo.
It doesn't matter, this is the last 8
yeah,
Sumo. Eric will take the first place.
He's going to confirm the first place.
Wow, that was pretty exciting. All 4 players Tenpai in the end.
Yeah.
And Stanley says, well, at least I didn't lose a Ricci stick.
Oh, I didn't. I missed. That was a Fruity 10 2-5-8 pen. Yeah, I did not catch that.
So no Changkan hope. Now, Eric will take the 26.9 first place. Gaohan second place with positive 7.2. Kaz takes the negative 9.9. Stanley negative 24.2. Which still kind of spread out in the middle of the standings here. The players at the top moving down, the players at the bottom moving up. And with one more game to play at this table, that 5th slot, the 5th promotion slot, which is currently sitting with Clinton at plus 46.3, still kind of up for grabs. I mean, if Clinton has a good series, will definitely increase the gap. But if he has an average series, it stays the same, or even has a little bit of a rough one, drops down a bit, it's really anyone's spot.
B1 also has the additional 4 games, right? So this isn't their final series?
Correct. Only the Beta League has the 5th session as their final. It looks like they have taken a quick pause and have not started their second game. So we will have 5 minutes of delay whenever they do start the game, if they do start that game. Go the full screen standings. Christian still confirmed at the top of this division. Wenchen has been climbing lately. up to 182. Also looks very good to promote. We saw Brian and Vit play earlier today, 2 games of their series, and they've done a good job of staying right about where they want to be in the promotion zone.
Man, I'm sorry, I haven't looked at these standings. What the heck is going on with Christian's stats there? What is that average win?
So what's happened is Christian has won 2 Yakumans this season.
Okay.
that
That
will do it.
does change the average. Like, what the heck? 22.4% win average or win rate with an almost 9k average?
Yeah, if Christian
Look at
wins the
that
hand,
EV.
most of the times it's more than a Bangan. Like it's wild. It's definitely the Yakumans that are swinging up there. But in the last series, I think he was at just over 9,000 and still very,
man.
only dropped 100 points out of 4 games, 200 points maybe out of 4 games. So it's still winning big hands. And
Yeah,
8404 line
respectable,
is
like, win average too. Usually, or win percentage too. Usually, when you see like a huge average like that, it's also comes with a lower win rate. But to win like huge hands at a pretty reasonable clip, that's how you end up in first overall.
yeah, I'm very secure in this place right now.
Yeah, you have the luxury to like fight for top spot rather than just a promotion. Like, obviously, it doesn't. You're like as far as the promotions go, it doesn't matter which spot you get, but it you'd rather be 1 than 2
Yeah,
if you
it
had to
just feels
choose.
better.
Yeah.
And honestly, earlier we were thinking Christian might be vying for the record of most points won in a division, and then he took a 4th place.
Ah.
That's okay. Still, very strongly. I mean, there's 6 games to pick up 130 points. That's doable.
What is the current record?
I think it's something like 390.5. Just win another Yakuman, easy.
Oh man, yeah. Nova pointing out that similarly impressive, sad. I don't know how you want to look at it. Is a PO's dealing average of over 10,000. Is there some correlation between Christian's Yakumans and PO's dealing average?
Well, it's not Christian's Yakumans. In this case, it's Travis's Yakumans. Travis managed to win an Armel record, the first ever double Yakuman in the league. And unfortunately, Pio was the player that dealt in.
Yeah.
It was Daisangan Suiso, dealer direct for 96,000 points.
Oh, dealer. Oh no, that is.
Yes.
I've never seen so many points exchange hands. And
I've
played a lot of Mahjong games.
that will mess with the averages a little bit.
Holy cow, 96 points.
Yeah, it was
so PO would be like basically right around like break even, except for that one hand.
right. And remember, Pio's also going to take Uma loss as well, so it would actually be in the positives.
That is
outside of that one
is
hand.
crazy.
And it was so unfortunate too because the north wind had just cleared.
Oh, tough luck.
Yep, that is Mahjong. And Travis, that was a massive result for him. Managed to get out of, well, I'm not going to say out of the demotion zone. I think got out of the demotion zone temporarily, but is hovering around that, that cut line. But gave himself a chance. It really seemed like his season was about to be over and bailed himself out with that monster hand. And he forced it too. He had, Tenpai for Honitsu, Shosangen, and another Yakuhai call, I think, and said, nope, I'm going to force the goods. And got there.
Yeah, well done. Felt the divine blessing and was like, this is my chance to save my season, and took full advantage.
And honestly, even if Travis does not end up escaping, can still will go down in the record books as having the first ever Armel double Yakuman and will be the highest score. He also took the highest score away from some of the other, what was the previous mark used to be 109. I think he finished with plus 119. So his name will be forever etched into the history books.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever see a triple Yakuman, so that'll probably, at the very least, remain tied for the highest score. Until unless someone proves me wrong. I'd love to be proven wrong and see a triple Yakuman.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We talk about all the Yakumans that have happened in the league, and this season we had the first chance at a double Yakuman. Blaine was Tenpai for Tsuiso Shosangen, and the winning tile did not get discarded, and ended up falling short there. Travis ended up getting it, and so this season we've had both opportunities at it. Kind of odd they happened in back-to-back sessions. But we're off in the final game of the series, final game of the evening. Gauhan, first dealer, Stanley to the right, Kaz across the table, Eric on our left, and high pipe for Gauhan. I'd be happy.
Quite nice, yeah. It's a bit unfortunate that you have like this. I mean, you don't even need the Conchan actually. You're just a 6 block, so this is just like 5 good Pinfu blocks, and then you got sort of keeping this Conchan around.
Yeah, Sanzo draw here. It's like Tanya.
Yeah, yep, for sure. If you get the 6-0, definitely not opening this hand. I don't want to see even like 6-0 Chi. Just I'm not interested. Can we just I guess like you see 2 calls, but I don't know. I kind of want to dream of the dealer Ricci here. Meanwhile, we do see the 2 calls, just trying to get which is probably going to be just Haku. Nomi is holding that South Dora, the chance to pair it up, but
oh, big draw.
If we
Sanshoku.
リーチ
Wow. Yeah, I didn't even get the chance to look over there. And immediately Sanshoku Ricci already.
Yeah, as you were
on that
talking, I
8-mon.
was eyeing up that hand, and Stanley Sakigiri the 7-mon said, I'm not going to use this anyway. I'm going. Oh, he pots.
Oh, Ipatsuo off the 8-mon. It was only a 2-tile wait, but that doesn't matter.
Yes, huge.
Does not hit the for the Harimon, but an early Mangan Sumo.
Exactly what
Great
Stanley
start.
was looking for.
And look at this Hypai as well. We have the Chun Onko already. Maybe
frozen,
can
frozen.
turn it into a Honi too, but otherwise probably just a fast like Chunomi.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a good hand for the north seat and 2 Dora on the right, so lots of
yep, that was an
opportunities.
East Onko there. I caught a glimpse of.
Everyone's got something good going in their hand.
Okay, so we've had dealer open here. They called the West. Probably, yeah, just looking like it's just going to be the Chunomi.
But if you draw something like
we have
3-pin or 5-pin, you can definitely ship to Honitsu.
Yeah, for sure. We do have the Dora pair in Shimocha's hand. Looking to try to get that, and the other 2 are in the wall. Meanwhile, for the other Yakuhai Onko across the table, also just going to open up here, looking like East Nomi.
Yeah, very easy Honitsu shift for that hand as well.
Yeah, actually, for sure. Yeah, you're looking to get rid of that penchant anyways. Maybe in the perfect world you even get Itsu, although that one's not the easiest. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, 9-mon. Here we go. We're definitely dropping 1 2-pin here, I imagine. So now all you need to is draw a 6-mon. And Honitsu, Itsu, Yakuhai.
Easy manga. Stanley unfortunately drew the 6-0. I say unfortunate because that feels a Kanchan, but that also means you're not doing Honitsu.
Right.
チー
But yeah, I'm just going to call in the Tenpai here on the south. It's been once cut, but there's still the 2 in the wall. And then we have the Aruzuke for that Haku, which also has 2 in the wall.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Kaz, no one really with any incentive to discard it except for maybe Gauhan. But even Gauhan will probably hold it. And there's the south, so we will see dealer
4
repeat.
Yeah, nice to shut down some potentially couple Mangan hands right there. And just avoiding that painful minus 4,000 Oya coverage with a nice just 2,000 point win. Keep your dealership. Doesn't get the strongest high pie. Oh, okay, well another Dora is definitely a welcome sight.
Yeah.
Meanwhile on the right we have the south pair with maybe it could be Monzu Honitsu as well. Definitely probably thinking about it a little bit. Let's see if they discard 8-so or how much they want to... Yeah, there we go. We are going to see the 8-so, so definitely Honitsu on the mind.
Although shot not super helpful being twice cut.
Not great, that's for sure. And get a little backfire in the 7 so there.
At least we got some clear insight onto what Kaz is thinking about in his hand.
Yeah.
Ishanten across
Yeah,
the way
you don't
here.
discard 8 so there unless you're thinking Honitsu. Well, nice Kanchan fill makes Kamicha's hand quite a bit nicer. Means you're not going to go Honitsu, who they were also thinking about Honitsu and Pinzu, but the hand's looking pretty nice here. You even have Itsu chance.
A little sad that the
Kurnokutsky
one...
Ishanten. 3-Cell's a little awkward because it's like possible for D10, but I think you still keep it over the Hatsu. You could draw 2-So, and you don't have to worry about free 10. Here's a Tempai, and is going to take the Champon Richi. We also had Tempai Reach from Toyman, who's currently Yolulus Dama. Oh, but the Chun comes out on Ipatsu.
That's some manga.
Yeah, nowhere, so, yep, 8,000 points. And enough to jump into first place with the direct hit there.
Yeah, so just like that, things have evened out a little bit. Has now dealer in East 3.
Chunman, for no particular reason, was impressed with that hand. Okay, looking at this, yeah, this hand's a mess. Man, I mean, you're just trying to like play efficiency, hope something comes together. I mean, you can always draw Dora, right? But it's definitely below average for sure. I would even look to, I guess East. You can't even keep East because of the indicator. So yeah, can't even hope for double East.
It's a Chitoy.
Yeah, there we go. All when in doubt, always Chitoy. I mean, you do have the Dora. Chitoy is a lot better when you have a Dora in the hand. Looking around, we do see a call for, looks like an Itsu. Itsu Dora Tonki, I imagine, is the thinking behind that Chi.
Yeah, it could also end up just being full out Honitsu Dora.
That is true. Yeah, you just got to cut the 2, 4, 8. Okay, yeah, you're right, because we're going to see Pinzu cut. So good call there. It definitely seems to be the play.
And that'll put some post-question marks to Gaohan, especially after this call. Now it seems very clear that it's Honitsu, so Gaohan might not be able to drop this 2-So.
Well, we say Honitsu. We don't actually have any honors being used in the hand. There's a possible Dora, but we might just go Chinitsu here.
Yeah, for example, if you Chi into Tempai and then draw, say G7, so you get the 2, 3, 4. You draw 1-So, you could just switch to the Nobeton because, you know, better sumo rate and it's still Mangan.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we did see one of the Dora drawn by dealer, although, I mean, the hand's kind of improving. I don't know if it's fast enough. Ooh, really nice 1-So draw. So here we go. We have the Tonki, and this also does randomly have Itsu. I don't think that matters. I guess it could matter if you get Chinitsu, because you could Chinitsu Itsu.
Right. Likely you're switching to Chinitsu if you draw 1, 4, 7, and then you'd have to draw another of that 1, 4, or 7 to get the Itsu part of it.
It's not easy for sure, but there's a possibility. 3-So's a nice fill. Okay, dealer's hand slowly getting there.
Yeah, I had kind of been moving towards Chitoy after pairing up the 1-mon, but now might be rethinking.
Yeah, you do still have that Chitoy Ishanten, but you can kind of keep the flexibility to also maybe go for a normal hand as well. Like say you draw another South or something, then at that point you probably just cut, I mean, one of your pairs, I guess 8-pin.
Yeah, 1-mon, 8-pin, both dead.
1-mon, 8-pin, yeah. Maybe 1-mon's a little bit better.
1-mon for safety, perhaps. Hatsu is one of the safe tiles here. Haven't really looked too closely at Eric's hand. Does he have something worth pushing? It is Ishanten for Tanyao. Oh, this is Tempai for Chitoy, though. Do you push a So tile?
I think you have to.
2-So?
Yeah, we're gonna push the safer 2-So there. You figure 4-So weight is really bad, but you gotta try. You know, it's a
dealer 9,600.
Yeah,
right.
Or even a nice sumo for 12,000.
There is
so it's too much value. You gotta try.
Oops, you shove the 7. It's twice out. This is Tempai for Gaohan waiting 3-6-mon. The weight is not very live. In fact, there's only one tile in the wall for this weight as well. Shaw twice cut, so shoves it. June is pulling, so it's safe.
Yep. Maybe, yeah, okay, does see it now.
Tempai for
Sometimes
Eric.
it's easy to forget about like an early call.
Two
This
pin
late in
is
the hand.
relatively safe, so yeah, I like the push. Only 2 draws. Can Kaz find high Sumo?
Hanimon.
Oh, do you con?
Oh, con. There it is.
That's not a good draw off the con though.
I don't know about that con. I guess, I mean, you have like
Eric loses
chance.
3,000 points for that.
It is Rinshan Haite, right? Does that work? I think it's Rinshan Haite. Anyways, we didn't get to see it. Yeah, I believe you can. No, is it? I can't remember. Maybe that's not true actually. I think what I'm thinking is you can get. I think you can get like Hoite on the like Converty discard, but I don't think you can get Haite because I believe Haite says you have to draw the final.
I'll draw from the wall.
Yeah,
from the dead
so
wall.
they're not compatible.
Okay.
You can get you can't unfortunately get both those. If you're playing with the local Yaku of Converty, where you to deal in after con, you can get that one in Hoite. But you can't get Haite Rinchan.
Well, as is, Kaz will maintain the dealership here. And nice little hand here for Richidor 1. Dion Shanten with all diamond shapes. Chance at 2 for Sanchoku and get Pinshu as well, potentially.
Yeah. Quite a few nice draws. Looking around, if anyone can keep up. Do have a 4-pin to draw into another Ryaman for Shimetsu, who also has 22 chance. Well, I didn't get the chance to look at Toyman's hand. There's definitely a chance they can shut down. Sanminchan Richi in first row here, with a Dora as well.
Richi Pinshu Dora. Sanminchan looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like we have
6 tiles.
Yeah.
The only question is, will we flip Buddha?
Well, first we have to actually Tsumo.
Oh, 6 tiles. It's guaranteed, right? It's guaranteed.
I don't know. I feel like okay,
it's guaranteed. Right. When Gaohan, when
I
it's
feel like
not
sometimes
me,
I have better win rates with like Kanchans and Tonkis than like Salminchan.
Yeah. When it's not me, it's guaranteed. Nice little win there for Gaohan. Increases the lead to 40,000 points. Not the only player over 30k though. Eric, dealer now. Some work to do. 2 Dora, but hard to make use of both of those.
Yeah. I mean, if you draw like 7-so, it'd be kind of perfect because you have like Ipeko and you can just pull the Dora, but it definitely needs some good draws for sure.
And the right might be thinking about Itsu a little bit.
Think about Itsu, think about Tanyo. See what direction the wall sides.
4 pairs across the way for Stanley. Shaw is one of them, so you can open up. Although Stanley tends to be the type of player to stay closed. 6-bit.
It's definitely a hand you could consider keeping closed if you prefer to play that way because you don't necessarily have any value. Although I think you have to open now. Your hand is just too fast.
It's a nice draw there. Yeah, Ishan 10. Potentially Ipeko if you draw the 8 mon. Other than that, it'll just be Richinomi. Oh, that's a nice draw too. Slightly improves the Ukeide of the hand. You could draw the 2-so now. Oh, but chooses to try to force Itsu, I guess?
I'm not sure.
Maybe just not willing to take a Richinomi and says, I don't believe in Ipeko with an 8 mon already discarded. So let me just like try to maximize my Pinshu chances.
I think Itsu's like really far away. I don't like keeping that 1 mon. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But I mean, it was an inefficient discard, and sometimes you get punished for that.
Yeah, when you make a discard like that,
dealer improve a little bit.
You do so with the understanding that I know this is inefficient, and
right.
If it backfires on me, so be it. And then it backfires and you feel sad. But so be it. You've made that choice, right?
Yep. So dealer's hand kind of looking a bit nice here. You're sort of like headless with a pretty good 6, 7, 8, 8, 9. Like you could end up on like 5, 8 so RMN. Oh, well, I guess there's your pair now.
Each.
And actually just gonna reach you on 7 so. I mean, it is door 2 Ricci, so I understand. The weight is. I really hate like Dora indicator penchant. Like when one of them is already in your hand, it's 2 tiles at most. But I mean, it's difficult to see what else you're doing. So I understand just pushing the button.
Yeah, I think it's very much a situation of what else am I doing if not taking this Ricci?
Yeah, I guess you're like 7 so Dama. I think you probably do have to Ricci. It's like a. It's a Ricci where like you don't want to wait on 7 so, but you know, door 2 dealer Ricci is just too much.
Yeah,
So I
you take
definitely
this Ricci and you're
understand.
expecting to go to Ryukyoku.
Right. Maybe you can Dama if you're not dealer, but like door 2 is dealer. I think you just gotta close your eyes and push the button.
As is, it encouraged Kaz to not take the Ricci, and as a result, Kaz did not win on the 8-mon. Now has a different
Yeah,
tempo.
dealer Ricci can definitely put a lot of pressure on the table for sure.
3d10 7-mon. Stanley's been dancing around for a while, still maintaining Ishantan here.
Yeah, 4-mon draw. Yeah, that's a tempai break. Ugly draw.
And Stanley not
So-
giving the information that. Oh. Well,
Okay, here we go. We might have one other tempai contender here. Just one more discard to go.
Oh, and
You're
shove the
safely
7
into
then?
tempai.
Oh no, the 5 deals in.
Not even forget about Keita and just win the hand.
Maybe that was Sashikomi because I think the 7 pin was very safe. I think it only deals into Tonki at that point. I didn't get a full count of the tiles that were discarded at that time, but it was pretty close to only dealing into Tonki. If it was Sashikomi, though, it did end the dealership for only 1,000 points, so
Yeah,
mission accomplished.
I wonder if that was the plan. Suikomi is one of those things I don't think about all too often, but it is kind of cool when it works out.
Gohan now as
What-
dealer in the south round. Kind of wants to be a Pinshu type hand. Just kind of wait and
Yeah.
see what happens.
It's definitely, I'd say, below average, but you know, if you get some nice draws, you can get there. So we see a Hatsu call. We are. This is an early 7-pin Tonki. Chose that over the 9-mon.
I suspect this
think I would-
is for Honitsu shift, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know. You're really going 6, 7, 8, so that seems a bit forced.
Because normally you would just, for win rate purposes, wait on the 9.
Well, here we go. Gonna wait on that tune that just came out.
That's pretty good.
Fortunately, there's no one. If there was any in like someone else's hand, that would probably just immediately come out. And work.
Exactly.
But
And now that
they're
you
in the
got a
wall,
row without
unfortunately.
seeing it, you're thinking, okay, it's in the wall.
Yeah, you feel so good after that. It's like, oh, this just came out. Like, I could get like the ipatsu of the open hand realm.
And what Stanley's really hoping is that he draws a 9 so before getting the
That
win.
would be nice. Yeah.
It's a little extra value.
Although,
Ooh.
I wonder if you're just supposed to take the 6, 9 so weight. If you draw 9 so. You lose a bit of value from Chanta, but I mean, this hand is cheap either way, even with Chanta.
Yeah, I guess. You're really expecting the tune to come out, though.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like 6 tiles versus 2 is a pretty big difference.
Right. I mean, but in the meantime, Kaz across the way paired up the Dora is in the West Sea, so thinking about building to value.
And those they are on the wall, so has a chance here.
Ishan?
Oh, excuse me. There not. There was one discarded. I didn't see from Kamichis. So this is just the one west.
That call actually
地
not even that great.
Yeah, because you like you feel good because you're like, oh, I'm calling from a Kanchan, but then you just drop a Ryamen, so it's kind of just like calling from a Ryamen.
Yeah, exactly. Still, it does move you one step closer to Tempai. I'd almost kind of prefer the Formon as a call.
Sorry, we actually had the draw that we were thinking about with D9, so
Oh yeah.
and so did have the choice.
Yeet.
Opted for the Chanta Chun Tanki.
Hey, there we
Okay,
go.
there it is. You're right.
Plus 1,000.
You were saying you expect the Chun to come out, and well, I guess it didn't get discarded, but just draw it yourself.
Ended up getting an extra 2,000 because there's a Ricci stick too.
Yeah, so there you go. The Chun Tanki works.
All right, Stanley now as the dealer in South 2. Hi Pi. You know what? I'm not terribly disappointed with it. I'm not thrilled,
No,
but it's got shapes.
Yeah, you're like almost Junchan, but then you have 3/4 Ryamen.
Oh,
which-
it's Junchan.
Oh,
All right, we got it.
okay, here we go. Junchan, maybe.
Probably start with the Chun and
I guess
then
you're not. Yeah, you're not too close to a Sanshoku. You're right. It's like whenever you're going Junchan, you're always like kind of close to Sanshoku as well, just because the way it works out. Unless you have Ankos, I guess. But
in this case, you know, 2 of the 1/3 shapes and 2 of the 9/8 shapes, and
right. But then like usually you just have like a random like this hand. You have like random terminal tiles. Like you have this random 1-pin, which if you connect up to that now, you have 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku. You have a random 9-mon, which like if you drop to that, maybe you're 79 Sanshoku. It's kind of funny the way these Junshan hands sometimes play out.
Stanley might not have the time for this because on the left, Gaohan already Ishanten, sort of Kutsuki, like holding this Formon and also floating the Dora chance, which is also Yakuhai.
This is like I think where you just gotta drop Dora here. It's tricky to. I know it's like your seat win Dora, but I don't like keeping the Dora here from Kutsuki because it just hurts your efficiency so much.
We already have Tempai across the way. Eric, Damo
Yeet.
Pinfu. Okay, wait one turn.
Classic.
Reach Pinfu. Maybe hoping for the shift into a Sanchoku there.
Yeah, they read the flow hook. You gotta wait one turn for the upgrade, and then
Yeet.
didn't come. So.
Well, speaking
Oh well.
about
Meanwhile, we
flow,
have a
there's the
chasing
pay draw.
Ricci. Okay, excuse me. I should just the commentator curse is in full effect today. Don't keep the Dora. It's useless. It's only good if you draw on the Dora. Okay. Well, just watch me.
And the pay is both. Well, there's
Sumo.
that Sumo's the 6. Oh, it's so sad when the person Sumo's your winning tile.
Yeah. It's like if only they weren't waiting on that. That's my Ipatsu Ron.
And Eric will move over 30k with that win. And now Kaz is the only player below. Right now, the South 3, the race for first is very close.
This has been a close series these players have had.
Shooting a very welcome draw. It gives Kaz the opportunity to speed up the hand if he wants, but would really like to get all these Diaben shapes filled, closed, get 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku weight north Chun Shabo.
That would be ideal, I'd say.
This is, maximum greed that I'm envisioning here, but you have to be a
But
little
hey,
greedy.
you gotta keep it in mind. So then, if you do happen to get like the perfect 6-0 draw, you don't like accidentally just throw 5-0 or something and mess it up.
And well, after that Haku pull, now a great Kanchan fill. Ishanten for Gaohan across the table. Diamen Diankan with the door in the middle of the Diankan is quite strong.
Chi.
Eric will try to open up for Tanya, I guess.
Pom.
2 Dora, so trying to really force that in.
Discarding that Forso Sakigiri to
then
just
backfire
force
on
the door pair.
It's always difficult to, because when you have the Tanyao shape and you need a block, you kind of want to hold the 4.
So, like, I understand why you... I don't like that Forso discard just because 9-mon is not a good safe tile. Like, if I'm going to make a Sakigiri like that, which Forso is like a Sakigiri, I want to make sure that the tile I'm keeping is actually safe. Otherwise, like, I mean, just 9 mon was only safe against one player. So it's like, why are we really keeping it?
We do have Tempai across the way for Gaohan, choosing the 7, so as the way there are 3 in the wall. And Kaz did get the Chun Pon, so but overblocked.
Sumo.
Oh, it doesn't matter. There's the 7 Sumo.
It was the correct end of the Ryongkan.
And so that means going into all last, it's Gaohan with the lead, 36,800.
This
Eric,
is a lot of wins.
Ooh, slightly
It's
behind.
east-south, double Yakuhai pair start. You really want to like Honitsu with these hands. I just don't think that this hand is a Honitsu. Like the rest of your tiles are kind of all over the place. Maybe you can get a Toy Toy instead. Like you kind of want to do something other than just like Yakuhai. The hand has the potential to become so good with like the 2 Yakuhai pairs. But you know, I mean, if the hand is just gonna be Yakuhai, it's just Yakuhai. So maybe Yakuhai like Yakuhai.
Yeah, Kaz on the left also doing quite well. Ishan 10, technically. Oh, nice
Yeah,
Kanchan fill for Eric, though. This is also Ishan 10. Things are getting really close here. On the right, Ishan 10. Across the table, is it Ishan 10? Not quite. I was really hoping.
Almost. It looks like it might be Ishan 10.
Ooh, do you
but the
two pin
Monza
here?
shape doesn't quite get there.
Float the
my
door
man, you
acceptance
look at
into
the hand
Itsu
here.
chance.
Throws the 3 mon. That
Each.
that's an interesting one. Meanwhile, we have a Ricci. So this is just a nice Ryamen Ricci here.
Yeah, Ricci
Just
Dora shut
Ricci
down
to
the
1.
game. Kaz
Each.
does
A
get
nice
the
oh,
Itsu
and
draw.
wow, perfect 2-so draw.
Oh, and this 3 doesn't fit, but we'll play defensively for at least 1 turn.
I think this is just a fold here. I'm actually surprised 8-pin even came out. I think I would just like fully shut this down.
Yeah, but most sumos are going to
I
drop
can
you
understand
below.
wanting to. Oh, 5 mon comes out. So that is unfortunately not going to be the comeback. It was close. Really,
Yeah.
really tried for it there. Gave themselves a chance with the Itsu Ricci. Just too fast there.
Gohan will shut it
Gohan,
down.
excuse me.
Plus 25.4 for the first place. Stanley picks up positive points as well, 6.8 for second. Eric takes a plus 0.6 third. Kaz will take the negative 32.8 with that very close try in all last. And that means we're up to the final scoreboard update of the evening. Stanley, after the 4 games of this series are played, Stanley up to 11.2, just ahead of Edwin, who has 2 games to play. Kaz climbs up, or actually drops down a little bit into the negative zone, right next to Eric, who picked up, less than a point, but has a little bit of breathing room there from the demotion zone. And Gaohan, a big positive push as well, so that moves him farther away from the demotion zone as well. And we're starting to get a more of a spread here in B1.
This the distribution is like so even that you can go like, you know, Gahan with that win can go straight from like, oh, whew, you know, built a little buffer on demotion, and then it's like, you know, 4 games. If I start having a couple nice start to my series, like you can start thinking about promotion still. You're definitely not too far away. 4 games to get like plus 60 essentially, or like, you know, maybe the cut's a little higher, like plus 70, plus 80. You can do that with a really strong series, for sure.
Yeah, it's a very unique position when you are at this Gaohan spot. As you have 2 bad games, you're worrying about promotion. If you have 2 good games, you're thinking about promotion. It kind of might affect how you play those games, depending on the type of player and your play style, if you tend to be aggressive or defensive and whatnot.
Yeah. It's definitely interesting, these like sort of late in the session games, where in some ways it's like more interesting in these lower divisions, because like A1 a lot of the times it's just like you're either playing for like top spot or not devote. But like in all these when you have promotions and demotions, it's like you're kind of in the middle, like, you know, you get towards the promotion, you're like, oh, let's play aggressive, try to get up there for promotion, but then it's like you eat a 4th and you're like, uh-oh, now I'm dropping down to demotion zone. And yeah, it's interesting just how it can play out these last games.
It's part of the reason why Session 6 is my absolute favorite time of the year. It happens 4 times a year, and we get just the most exciting games imaginable. That's not to say these Session 5 games aren't also very exciting. We've seen some very interesting situations tonight in the few games that we watched. I say a few, we watched a lot. This has been quite a long one tonight, and yeah, we're going to be packing it in. Looking forward to a broadcast in the very near future. That being said, Lucas, thanks for stepping in and helping out for these Final Cup of Hanshan. Always great to do commentary with you, and good luck in your race for the top.
Yeah, thank you. I'm still waiting to see who's gonna get the first fourth.
Oh, between the two
We're
of us?
battling it out, yeah. Maybe we can both make it.
Our scoreline was very funny. You were at like 1, 10, 5, and 0, and I was at 1, 5, 10, and 0. And we were still like 30 points apart from each other in the positives. It's like you're the better version of me.
We like played each other, and I was like, all right, here we go. The battle, like who can give each other the fourth first? And somehow we both squeaked it out, just getting like seconds and thirds.
Yeah, we also, neither of us got a first in that series.
Right, yeah, it was just seconds and thirds, just trading them.
That one game we both thought we had a chance. We were both at 50,000 points. Had that one stolen away.
Nope, yeah. Didn't happen.
That was entertaining, and I'll definitely be entertained watching the remainder of the A1 matches. And of course, for everyone watching, if you haven't joined the league and you're thinking about it, with Session 6 approaching, that also means that the deadline to register is also approaching. September 18th is only a couple of weeks away, maybe a little bit more than a couple of weeks away. So you do want to make sure to register before that join deadline. You can join on our website, AmericanReach.org. Also, let's see, today's Wednesday. So there still, I think, is time if you're interested to register for the IORMC qualifier that will be happening on September 2nd. The chance to participate in the qualifier to represent Team USA in the International Online Reaching Mahjong competition. You do have to participate in 3 qualifiers. They'll be happening on Saturdays in September. So September 2nd, September 16th, and 23rd, or is it 23rd and 30th? I can't remember those dates, but if you want to know, those are all on the website as well, AmericanReachy.org. Just check out the IORMC tab. We'll have the dates for those Saturday qualifiers. And of course, if you want to make sure you know when we go live, our Twitter often posts those dates and times at American Reachy there. I guess that's X now. And make sure to follow us on Twitch as well. And if you'd like to see any of the previous broadcasts, those will all be on our YouTube channel. You can go to youtube.com/@AmericanReachy or follow this tinyurl.com link on your screen. Thanks again to Lucas and Harrison for stopping in the commentary, and hope you all enjoyed this one. We will be doing more throughout this week, I'm sure, so we will definitely catch you in the next broadcast. Have a good evening, everybody.
Yeah, have a good night.